5 o'clock, and so I'm going to call the November 18, 2008 meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Mr. Starr. Was there? Oh, touch back.
We'll give him a second chance.
Okay, we'll start the other. Mr. Coffey. Here. Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Osiander. Ms. Drummond. Present. Dr. Selcraig. Here. Mr. Clayman.
Here.
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Present.
Mr. Starr. Here. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Ms. Johnston, if you could lead us in the pledge. All right, the first item on the agenda is the minutes of the previous meeting. We have minutes for August 19, 2008. Move to accept. Is there a second? Ms. Osiander moved. If you could punch your button, Ms. Osiander. All right. Is there? And I would just note for the audience, these minutes represent the new effort on the part of the Assembly to actually distribute the minutes to the Assembly body 4 or 5 days before it's put on the agenda. And then if there's corrections, we try to do that actually before it's formally put on the agenda. So hopefully we don't have to address corrections at the meeting. And I will ask if there's any opposition to accepting those minutes. Hearing and seeing none, those minutes are accepted. Next is the Mayor's report. Mr. Abbott, would you like to hold off on the Mayor's report until Mr. Mayor is here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Assembly Chair's report, I would just note that it came to me about 24 hours after the last meeting, although Mr. Gutierrez said that he was more prescient than I was and noted that at our last meeting at the end of October, we went through a 6-hour meeting and everything on the agenda passed unanimously. And so when you talk to friends and say, does the Assembly work together, you can tell them in October they worked together so well they agreed on everything. Committee reports is next, and I would start it with Mr. Coffey, the Legislative Committee.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, everybody. I got the books out to everybody from last year, 2008. I hope everybody got their last legislative program, number 1. Number 2, Mr. Flynn is kind enough to remind me I owe everybody a written report, which I will have this week after this meeting, just to brief where we are and where we're going. I've also met with Mr. Abbott on not on any particular plans, but we're concerned about the generation, transmission, and distribution and the energy issues that we are all confronting here, and we're going to have some stuff in the legislative package on that, and that is that'll be probably a December project where we are there. So we're moving along with that. I'd also like to report on the work group that's working with ML&P and Chugach Electric that I am sitting in on. I can guarantee you I have absolutely no technical skills, but I ask questions about process and procedure. What they're trying to do is get two what they call financial baselines for both companies so they can ask the what-ifs. They're creating 2 models so that, for example, if you plug in the purchase of a generation plant or something like that, then here's what you need for capital returns, here's what your rates are going to happen to your electric rates, and so on and so forth. When they get that done, then they can start making the required comparisons about what we ought to do. If we do distribution here and generation there and that kind of stuff, then they can start making some judgments. And then until they're done with that, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, please, we're not going to start moving on that with our committee or at the Assembly level. But we're talking probably December for something from the administration and action by the Assembly of what nature we're not fully determined, but sometime in January. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Johnston, I think from the Alaska Municipal League, you may have something to report.
Yes, met with the Municipal League in Ketchikan last week, and it was a very fruitful meeting. We spent a lot of time on energy and on next year's budget. I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our finance department as far as the excellent bond sale that we just completed this week. I think it's amazing that we had a huge vote of confidence in the retail market, and I understand that of that retail market, that 100% of it was Alaskan. I think we need to. Anyways, I congratulate him and thank him very much.
Are you asking for a round of applause for the finance department? I would. Thank you. Next, Mr. Flynn, the ethics elections.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago. Took up 3 issues. One, we were re-examining and clarifying our mission statement since ethics and elections were merged by your leadership a couple months ago. Second, we took up an issue clarifying the use of, for example, tickets to a table for the AEDC economic forecast, which will clarify a hole in statute identified by Assembly and Municipal Council. And we'll bring that before the body in the relatively near future. The third item we took up was a charter amendment that would give the voters an opportunity, should we approve it, to clarify the term limits issue, which is whether an Assembly member or a school board member elected to an abbreviated term, say 1 year or 2 years, whether that would count toward their 3-term limit. We're going to spend a little bit of time on that. We're going to get it in front of the school board for their consideration, and we'll likely have it before this body sometime in December or January. And that's all for today.
Thank you. Looks like next is Ms. Osiander, Title 21.
We will be meeting this Thursday from 9:30 to 11:30 in the Planning Department Conference Room off Elmore Road. We will be discussing the committee's finalized Chapter 3 amendments. They are available, the Chapter 3 draft is available on the municipal webpage under the Planning Department. And it's a public meeting, so anyone who's interested is certainly welcome to attend.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. School District Committee, Ms. Drummond.
Actually, nothing to report on the School District Committee, Mr. Chair, but I had the pleasure, and I want to thank the community for making it possible for me to attend the National League of Cities last week in Orlando, Florida. This is the parent organization of the Alaska Municipal League, and we were rather confused because both organizations were meeting during the same time. So I chose to go to the National League of Cities, and I learned a heck of a lot about what other communities around the country are doing, how important youth after-school activities are, and how cities can help kids do those kinds of things. Also, health care is a huge issue, as well as transportation and land use planning. I brought back lots of paperwork on that and goals and missions and that sort of thing, and I'm going to hand them out to you guys next week after I get a chance to go through my paperwork. Thanks.
Thank you. And I would just note, with regard to the school district, we do have our joint meeting on Friday from noon to 2 at City Hall in the Mayor's Conference Room with the Anchorage School Board. So that is on our school district agenda. Dr. Selcraig, the Community Economic Development Committee.
Well, most of you, or I think half of us, were there last Friday for our briefing on the energy situation. And this coming Friday, NSTAR will be coming and talking to us, so I think we're looking forward to that in terms of energy issues that the committee's looking at. And tomorrow, actually, the committee will be meeting with a representative from NSTAR just in advance of Friday's meeting. We'll be talking about kind of broader general issues regarding NSTAR, and we'll try to bring those forward to you if there seems like an action item that we should be acting on. We also met with the Community and Economic Development Committee, the Anchorage Economic Development Committee piece, and Mr. Pop pulled people together for that committee. They've met once and are beginning to identify priorities to talk with us about. The third work group committee, which is the Anchorage Youth Succeed in School and Life, which we've actually just piggybacked onto. It's a United Way and School District and Campfire and actually a whole bunch of people in town who are involved in youth issues already have an initiative together to begin to identify things that we could do to address issues that would improve this community's atmosphere for youth and their opportunities to succeed, and they'll be reporting to us. And as those items come forward, we'll be scheduling work sessions with the Assembly to report back to you in terms of what these work groups have said. So look forward to the continued work.
Ms. Johnson, I see you in the queue. Did you have a question for someone? Do you want to go ahead and do that? Sure.
I just wanted to mention also at AML, one of the resolutions that was passed is to go back to the state legislators and ask that they repeal their APOC requirements, to bring it back to the 2007 financial disclosures. There are many municipalities in the state that are now losing. They're not being able to fill their planning and zoning boards. They're not being able to have full candidates for their assemblies. And 3 out of 6 voted to repeal, to pull out of APOC in the latest elections. And so the Alaska Municipal League feels it's very important that we become very proactive before we have boards and commissions that are not filled. Thank you.
And Mr. Flynn, I saw you in the queue. Did you forget something or have a question? You're Mr. Coffey. He's Mr. Flynn.
Everyone wants to be media. It's okay. How can I follow a straight line like that? Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to offer a correction. My understanding is that the sponsor of the charter amendment I mentioned in my report has withdrawn that legislation, so we'll not have that before you in December or January. However, if somebody else wants to offer it, we'll take it up at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Birch, the Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Gray-Jackson, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start at my report by thanking my colleagues for following the process. Thank you very much, everyone. So much so that the amendments that we're going to deal with this evening when we get to the budget are right over there for the public to have copies. So please feel free to grab them so you can understand and see what's going to be happening later this evening. The Budget Advisory Commission is planning on having a special meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m. basically to go over and finalize its report to the Assembly and the Mayor, which they plan on distributing to the Assembly and the Mayor prior to the meeting of November 25th when we appropriate the funds for the 2009 budget. The Budget and Finance Committee will meet on this Thursday at noon in the Assembly Conference Room, and the agenda is basically to review what happens this evening and any additional work that needs to occur before we appropriate the funds for the budget. I'd like to very briefly, as the liaison for National League of Cities, talk a little bit about my visit last week at the NLC Congress of Cities Conference. For those of you who don't know, the National League of Cities is the oldest and largest national organization that represents municipal governments throughout the United States. They work in partnership with 49 state municipal leagues, and they serve as a resource to and an advocate for more than 19,000 cities, villages, and towns. I've been involved in this organization since 1999, and I went as staff, and it was just a pleasure being there as one of them. I continue to participate in the leadership training program. As a matter of fact, I attended a half-a-day seminar on Tuesday entitled Parliamentary Procedures, 10 Mistakes Chairs Make, and Others, and How to Avoid Them. And I also attended a full-day seminar on Wednesday entitled Capital Budgeting and Planning, Balancing Pay-As-You-Go versus Debt Financing. And Ms. Oceana, you'll be happy to know that I have some very fabulous ideas on capital budgeting, which I will provide in a report in the near future. This organization has several committees, and I was appointed to the Energy, Environment, and National Resources Policy and Advocacy Committee. This committee has 65 members, consisted of mayors and assembly members from 49 states, and the committee is basically responsible for developing policy recommendations on issues such as air quality, water quality, energy policy, national wetlands policy, noise control, and solid and hazardous waste management. Next year, I hope to be appointed to the steering committee by the President of the National League of Cities. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Gutierrez, the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, the Public Safety Committee did not meet this week as planned. I came down with some sort of crud, and we had to cancel that meeting. We do have two issues pending before the committee. One is a matter of Players House of Rock, and I understand that we're still waiting on them to submit an application for a change, and once that happens, then the Public Safety Committee will take that up. And we also have Mr. Starr's resolution regarding bears and wildlife management, and I'm looking for a time when we can take that up, and hopefully soon. So perhaps tonight, perhaps at the dinner break, if you and Mr. Coffey and I and Mr. Starr can chat about that, we can find an appropriate time. Thank you.
Sounds like a good plan. Mr. Starr, the Audit Committee.
No report.
Thank you. Next, it brings us to the addendum to the agenda. Is there a motion to incorporate?
Right.
Mr. Flynn moved, Dr. Selcraig seconded. Is there I always get confused. If I read it first and then, is there any opposition to, well, actually, are there any laid on the table items tonight? Hearing and seeing none. Any opposition to incorporating the addendum? Let me read it first. Item 9C1, Assembly Memorandum AM 791, 2008, recommendation of award to Watterson Construction Company, Incorporated, for Eagle River Town Center remodel, design, build for the Municipality of Anchorage Maintenance and Operations Department, ITB 28-C068, $4,133,000, purchasing. Item 9D12, Assembly Memorandum AM 786-2008, cooperative purchase for mobile data computers from Data 911 for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department, AFD, $130,901.40, purchasing. Item 9D13, Assembly Memorandum AM 787-2008, proprietary services contract with Clanton and Associates for services related to a lighting energy initiative and study, street lighting criteria, and Title 21 technical support for the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering Department, Planning Department, and Maintenance and Operations Department, $101,980,000 from purchasing. Item 9D14, Assembly Memorandum AM 788-2008, proprietary contract for the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation for development and execution of a gas-fed value-added technical conference to be held in Anchorage in April 2009 for the Office of Economic and Community Development, $250,000. Item 9D15, Assembly Memorandum AM 790-2008, proprietary purchase of E911 hardware equipment from Alaska Communications Systems Holdings, Inc., for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Police Department, APD, $442,325.55, purchasing. Item 9F14, a resolution number AR 2008-281, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,424,013 from the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and contributing $25,290 from Anchorage Area-Wide Operating Fund 101, Municipal Manager Department, Office of Emergency Management 2008 operating budget, and $30,149 from Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund 151, Anchorage Police 2008 operating budget, to the Area-Wide General CIP Fund 401, Municipal Manager Department, Office of Emergency Management for the FY 2008 State Homeland Security Program Grant. Public hearing date December 2nd, 2008, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 785-2008. Item 9F15, resolution number AR 2008-282, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $840,138 from the Federal Highway Administration via the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Categorical Grants Pass-Through Fund 231 for the Traffic Department, Transportation Planning Division, Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions. Public hearing of December 2nd, 2008, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 789-2008. Is there any opposition to incorporation of the addendum? Hearing and seeing none, the addendum is incorporated. That brings us next to the consent agenda, and I will start tonight on my right. Mr. Starr, any items to pull from the consent agenda?
No items.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Byrd.
No items.
I have no items. Dr. Selcraig.
No items.
Ms. Drummond.
No items.
Ms. Osiander.
I hate the break. Okay.
We expected nothing.
On the regular agenda, item D3, Delta 3, Delta
9 Delta 3.
Delta 6 and Delta 9. On the page 3, the item 9F1 for the purposes of changing the public hearing date. And on the addendum, 9 Delta 12.
Nine Delta 12, okay. Madam, I assume you want to move the public hearing date on that one item to the 16th of December? Madam Clerk, do we need to actually pull that, or can we change that? Okay, I will go ahead and note that public hearing date on the 16th. I assume there's no opposition from the administration. Okay, we won't actually pull it, but I would note that item 9F1, the public hearing date on the Anchorage Community Development Authority organizational structure will be changed from December 2nd to December 16, 2008, and we will not need to pull that from the consent agenda. Anything else, Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn?
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, on the addendum, I'd like to pull 9D15.
Delta 15? Thank you. Anything else? 9 Delta 15 from the addendum, and Mr. Coffey?
9B3 on page 2 of the regular agenda.
9 Bravo 3.
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Other than the pulled items, I will ask if there is any objection to approval of the consent agenda. Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda is approved unanimously other than the pulled items. That brings us first to item 9 Bravo 3. Mr. Coffey.
Move to approve.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Chairman, this one involves the waiver of about $8,400 in platting fees, and my question to the administration is, do we have standards whereby we waive these things, or is it ad hoc? And Mr. Abbott believed it was ad hoc, but if that is in fact the case, then I'd like to have a little discussion about why we do it and when. And my fear is that, well, you did it for them, and, we're doing a development. Why won't you do it for us? And so on we go. There you have it. So if the administration could confirm either standards or ad hoc, I would.
Mr. Abbott or someone else?
I do not believe there are standards. In my recollection, this is the only time this administration has brought such a request forward. Mm-hmm. And Mary Jane can comment on the specifics related to this request if there are specific questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Michael, would you like to comment?
Yes, I'd be glad to. Through the chair, Credit Union One, as you know, is going to be the first bank back in Mountain View after 20 years without a financial institution. Along with the construction of a new site, they're including at no cost a police substation, a community meeting room, an opportunity for neighbors to participate in financial classes that they'll be offering for free. They're going to oversee the bus stop with a video camera. Their contributions to the community on this particular project are enormous. They're not asking for any property tax abatement, and this is a gesture on our part to thank them for their outstanding contribution.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just echo Ms. Michael's comments. Credit Union One's worked very closely with the Mountain View Community Council, with the neighborhood. They're bringing we have a significant population that's referred to as unbanked in Mountain View, and as you may be aware, there are some studies that show that people who do not have access to banking services pay what's essentially referred to in a different vernacular than the old days as a poor tax, because they're required to use alternative financial means to purchase the things that they need, and as a result pay more than people who do have access to these financial services. So this is a very important tool to a part of town that could use the help, and I appreciate the efforts of both the administration and Credit Union One, and compliment them both on bringing this forward. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
Actually, Mr. Flynn, the reasons that you just stated are not as compelling for me as the offset with the police substation and the community meeting room. I agree and concur with Mr. Coffey. We're in a slippery slope here, and we should look at this very carefully. I was actually pretty sure I was going to be a no vote on this until I read it and saw that there was an offset for municipal charges that would be occurring if this facility weren't here. It's my hope that maintenance of the bus station and the other items actually do amount to enough to more than compensate us for what is a dangerous precedent. So thank you for negotiating on this, Ms. Michael.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Well, I'm just trying to think about my next little project and how I can save $8,400, you know?
No kidding.
You know, here was what got me. The $8,400, the fees that we charge are substantial to all people who do any kind of private development. I mean, they are very significant, and we raised them up by quite a bit under the theory that cost maker is a cost payer. I don't have any problem with that philosophy, but I know what we're costing people to do business in Anchorage. I also know that we've sunk a ton of money in this project out there by Mountain View. And then I wonder about, you know, Credit Union One. It's not a bank, it's a credit union, so what's the membership? I wonder about that. How much service is it going to give to those people in Mountain View who don't otherwise have access to it? It's a credit union, not a bank. There's a difference. It's not a big amount of money, and it's not worth a lot more time. But those are the questions that come to mind. And I would much prefer that we would have a set of standards whereby we make these judgments. So when the next guy comes down the road, be it me or somebody else, we can say, no, you don't fit because you didn't do these 4 things or 5 things, and the value of them meets or exceeds the value of the waiver that we're giving you. I don't know that that's the case here or not. I have a police service station in my building. I don't know what our rent is. I think it's pretty cheap, one of my buildings, and it's usually vacant of anybody. So I just don't have any basis on which to make a decision, and I don't have any justification for $8,400 versus cutting it in half or whatever. So I've said enough, and I hope the next time, if there is one, that the administration develops some standards before they bring it. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Coffey that perhaps a set of standards is a good idea, but I would suggest that if you were to do a project that is going to be of such a benefit to the community as this project is going to be to that particular community, I'd be happy to waive your platting fees. This is going to be a tremendous benefit not only to the municipality but to the people of Mountain View in general. This is such an important project to that neighborhood that the benefits are hard to quantify, and I think this is something that we really, really need to go forward on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Selcraig.
I plan to support this, and I actually think that if we were to set us some standards, that this would be a good model to look at. There's multiple pieces in this. There's a public-private partnership. It's serving a neighborhood that doesn't have a strong commercial core and has had a hard time attracting commercial investment. It's offering something back to the community that's actually needed. It's got a relationship with public safety, and it's also serving one of our utilities. So it seems to me it's a pretty impressive deal. I'm appreciative of the work that the staff put in negotiating it, and I'm happy to support it. And I'm also happy to look at this as a model for beginning to identify the kinds of things that we would expect if we were to do this again. Thank you.
I'll just speak briefly in support of this. One of the features that I've learned about Credit Union One is that unlike a lot of financial institutions that they're big lending, that depend a lot on home loans for their lending, that the auto industry and auto loans and things like that are their biggest lending vehicle. And so part of the reason they're in that location is because it puts them very close to some of the car dealerships. And so this is a perfect example of a business that's, through being able to offer services to the public, they're also able to offer services to business that actually makes it a win-win for everyone. I think standards may be appropriate, but I also recognize that when something like this comes up very rarely, that this body is elected to represent community standards, and if we're comfortable with it, that reflects our willingness to go forward. I see no one else in the queue, so I'll ask if there's any opposition to approval of item 9B3. Hearing and seeing none, that is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 9, Delta 3. Ms. Osiander.
Move to approve.
Second, anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I regularly look at attendance on these, and this particular one, there's some problems with attendance for the last 2 years. Last year was about 50% attendance. Prior to that, it was less than 50%. So I just pulled it because I'm going to vote no.
I see no one else in the queue.
I do.
Oh,
I have a
Dr.
question.
Selkirk is in the queue. Go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
I'm wondering if there's any comment from staff regarding the attendance. Yes, thank you.
Karen Keller, I'm the director of the library, and Joy Green Armstrong, we have spoken to her about it, and she has switched positions. She's in a new job, and so we were willing to give her a second life and we've discussed her attendance, and she's said that she won't have the conflicts that she had in the past with her position because she's got a new job.
Thank you.
I see no one else in the queue, and Ms. Osiander has indicated she's going to vote no, so I will put it on the board. If a yes vote affirms her appointment, a no vote does not. That passes by a vote of 8-3. Next, item 9, Delta 6, Ms. Osiander.
Move to approve.
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I pulled this just to bring to your attention a section on the back here that talks about this contract. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Basically, what I wanted to let you know is the data that we get back from this, which will give us information on the total amount of industrial land in the municipality, is going to come back to us in late March. And the reason that that's important is because it's particularly relevant as we deal with Chapter 7 in Title 21. The biggest change in economic impact with the whole Title 21 adoption is to industrial properties. And so my concern on the timing of this is if we're really pushing on Title 21, we may miss some really critical information from this assessment. So all I wanted to do was highlight it so you were aware that this was coming and it's critical to Title 21.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. I will ask if there's any opposition to approval of item 9, Delta 6. Hearing and seeing none, that is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 9, Delta 9, Ms. Osiander.
Move to approve.
Seconded by Ms. Johnson. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
And the thing I wanted to stress here is if you look at the rationale for this last change order, actually, if you look on the memorandum that accompanies it, this company will be doing an economic analysis to consider the impact of ML&P doing 100% of the funding for that joint generation facility, which raises all the hairs in the back of my neck stand up with that thought. And it's something that I think will face there'd be significant opposition. I know I'm certainly not on board with that concept. So my fear was that we were jumping ahead, but I had a brief conversation with Mr. Pozia right before the meeting, and he indicated that it was necessary to have the economic impact of doing 100% of the funding just so it can be discussed thoroughly. It's not committing us to anything. It's getting data. So I'm going to be supportive, but that red lights went off when I saw that 100% funding. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm reminded that I saw a bumper sticker today that said, "My kids think I'm an ATM." Go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
Well, I think this raises issues that I actually was concerned about originally when I voted on this, about the cost of transmission. And I think it would be worthwhile for us to probably, particularly through Mr. Coffey's committee, stay very close to what the strategies are going to be. And I also, based on our briefing last week in terms of energy, also understanding where the gas is going to come from to run this plant, in terms of what we are bringing to the table that's going to increase the resources to increase the amount of energy that's going to come out to serve both utilities. So I appreciate you bringing it forward, and it would be great if we could figure out through the administration how to stay up on the costs that we see coming and how we're going to strategically make this work.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Osiander pulled this. I was going to, but she beat me to it, so that's fine. I did have a question for Mr. Posey. I want to make sure that I understand this as being part of that work that we were talking about just on Monday.
Mr. Posey.
Jim Posey, Municipal Light and Power, through the chair. Mr. Coffey, yes, it is part of understanding and doing the analysis of the Navigant models that will take us where we need to be to look at 3 or 4 different ways of approaching this issue of financing.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, Mr. Posey. Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
I'm just curious, in terms of doing the cogeneration, what's the source of the gas that's really going to be providing the joint generation process? Is it going to be all municipal gas? And then, I mean, I guess you don't have to answer this here, but I would be interested in how the resources are going to be allocated in terms of where the gas is going to come from, how Chugach Electric is going to pay their part of it, and then how we would recover those connection costs that we've kind of recognized, the transmission costs in terms of the structure we have with Chugach Electric. So you don't have to answer that here, but it's just stuff I'm interested in because it seems to me that we're talking about a substantial amount of money.
Through the chair, Ms. Selkirk, yes, we will be going over all of those issues as part of the analysis and through the committee that Mr. Coffey is heading.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. I'll ask if there's any opposition to item 9D9. Hearing and seeing none, that is approved. That brings us next to item from the addendum, item 9D. 9D12, Ms. Osiander. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I had asked a question on this and didn't have time to get a response. The concern I have is the funding source. Since this is going to be putting computers in Anchorage Fire Department fire trucks, I want to get some reassurance that the revenue is coming within the Anchorage Fire Service area.
Thank you. The revenue is through the Anchorage Fire Service area, and it is state pass-through funds.
Oh, makes it even easier.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No one else in the queue. I will ask if there's any opposition to approval of 9 Delta 12. Hearing and seeing no opposition, that is approved unanimously. That brings us last to item 9D15. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I just pulled this because
wait. We need a motion to approve, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Johnston.
Just wanted to take the opportunity to ask, since both 9D12 and 9D15 are on the 911 systems, I realize one's a mobile data computer, the other one's hardware. Do both systems talk to each other, and are we currently, I know that there's GPSs in the APD system, and I'm not sure if there is in the fire, so that if there is an emergency, everybody knows where everybody else is.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Abbott.
I'm going to ask John Rockwell, APD's IT leader, to answer Ms. Johnston's question.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Go ahead.
John Rockwell, IT manager for APD. Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, the two systems are actually separate systems. The first, number 12, is regarding
Can you pull the microphone and speak into the microphone?
I apologize.
That's okay.
The first, number 12, is actually relating to the MDT terminals in the APD apparatus machines that talk to a different system than at APD. The APD terminals talk to the APD systems. They are two separate software packages. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Well, the question, I think the question she's asking is, do they also talk to each other?
Right.
They do not.
Okay. And do they talk to the fire department? Any of them talk to each other?
The fire department apparatuses talk to the fire department data system software. The APD MDTs talk to the APD data system softwares.
They're not interactive? Have we ever considered having everybody talk to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't do that in my house. I don't know about
yes,
the fire department.
And again, the two resolutions that are on the table, it's one of them has to do with the direct 911 software that is coming into APD, and then the computer-aided dispatch going out to the MDT terminals. The second MDT terminals that are for fire have to do with a different service. And we'll have to get more information from FD on that service.
I would think at some point that it would be very nice to have everybody talking to each other and maybe even having maintenance and operations. So if there is a large problem, then everybody could get there and take care of their end.
Right. I can say, through the chair, that there's quite a few synergies between the different organizations. For example, the infrastructure that we are talking through, it's all through the same data radio infrastructure, so we have a lot of synergies that way. It's just that we have different software or different needs. For example, the fire department has needs for EMS software that answers EMS questions, where the APD has software for records management, computer-aided dispatch, citation issuing, different needs for the actual software for the laptops.
And I know this isn't in relation to these two, but the APD does have GPS systems.
That is correct.
And are they active at this point, and are they being used?
The APD GPS systems are active. They're sending data to the controller unit at APD. Right now, we do have a software glitch that is not fully functionally, or it's not utilizing them to our best ability. We're hoping to get that resolved by our next software upgrade, which is scheduled for March 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. Ms. Osiander may have, she's in the queue. I bet she has a question.
I do. All right. I understand, I guess, on the police and fire, but what about fire with other fire? For instance, we have other fire departments. We have Chugiak, Girdwood, South Fork. Can they communicate with this system for the Anchorage Fire Department?
I would have to defer, I'm sorry, through the chair, I'd have to defer to fire to answer that question. I apologize.
A reasonable deference. Is there somebody from we do have a fire department person.
Doug Schrage, Fire Department. Could you be more repeat the question?
Well, I was just listening to this conversation about communication, and so it brought to mind the question, can Girdwood Fire Department, South Fork Fire Department, Chugiak Fire Department communicate with this data system that's on the Anchorage Fire Department trucks?
No.
Why
not presently.
Why not?
Do you have the answer to that? Thank you, Mr. Schrage. One reason that currently the different fire departments are not communicating with the apparatus is the current software that they have employed is in a very infant state. These MDTs are one of the first times that they're starting to put it in for the EMS units. The EMS units are focused on collecting data from the different devices in the, I forget what they call the unit. But for example, if I'm going to be transported to the hospital, they hook me up to different monitors. These computers in the EMS units are set up to actually take that data automatically, so therefore it starts that medical report. and that's one of the pieces of software that they're working on fully, putting out fully functional. Now, not saying that it won't go to other fire departments.
Well, Chugiak has E911 has ambulances that are billed by Anchorage for people being transported in them. So if you're in a Chugiak ambulance, you can't communicate this data, but if you're in an Anchorage ambulance, you can?
I apologize, I don't have the information on that.
Okay, I have real problems, I guess, at this point, that I didn't know I had until this point. Could this be postponed, Mr. Chairman?
This is a police computer device purchase, Mr. Chairman.
It said E911, and I was told it was in ambulances, Mr. Abbott.
Actually, the one we passed, which was 9 Delta 12, was the fire one, and 9 Delta 15 is the police component of what we're addressing.
We'd be glad to provide whatever information you're requiring, Ms. Osiander. I apologize that we don't have the people here this evening that can talk about the fire department's dispatch, the technical elements of the fire department's dispatch system. I didn't believe that this would be a request associated with an APD software upgrade.
Well, it followed from the comments that were made in response to Ms. Johnson's. I had no concerns about this either until I started hearing the testimony. And in general, I'm fine with the police. I'm really deeply concerned about the fire, though, at this point. So I'd like to talk to you on break, and potentially I'm going to move to reconsider the fire one, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Dr. Selcraig, in light of some of the comments just passed, I would just note that this is really, the one in front of us is police, but go ahead.
I'm just, actually, this is a provocative conversation. I'm just curious if the municipality has a coordinated team of emergency response providers so that you've got police and fire sitting down together and ensuring that we have in place the effective protocols that we need in terms of an emergency where you have to work together. And it would seem to me that that might be something that's different than actually your computer system that connects to the hospital and tells you whether or not somebody's heart's beating. So how do you work together now?
Well, through the chair, we do have regular meetings between the dispatch supervisors, the communications officers from both agencies, and the command staff. We meet regularly also. I would say that. So it's a confusing prospect here. The police project we're talking about has to do with the call receiving and call taking. The prior project, the computers and whatnot, they're going into the Anchorage trucks, but the same data stream, the communication is there with all of the units.
Well, it seems to me maybe we do need a little kind of overview of these pieces, and I don't know if that, to me, it's not necessarily related specifically to this contract, but in general, a better understanding of how it works, just to know that we're buying systems that are the best systems to ensure that to do the things that we need to do. And my sense is that what we've got we're buying systems that do specific things that relate to the tasks that are going on, and that the cross communication might be taking place at another level. Is that what's going on? I mean, how does it work?
Dr. Selcraig, through the chair. Again, one of the concepts that we have is, even though we are two separate dispatch centers, being Anchorage Police and Fire Police, we work through one system as far as the call taking. Once we dispatch either the officer or the fireman or the...
Is that true for Eagle River as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Or the EMS.
Okay.
Then we work with our own specialized software.
Okay.
And again, it does use the common infrastructure as far as if I need to send information through the wires or through the air, it can get to either any of the police cars or any of the fire apparatuses. So it is the same functionality.
I just would note, before I call on Ms. Osiander, I would note that this is clearly a topic that has a lot of interest to the Assembly, but it's also a public safety related thing, and so what I'm thinking is that this is a good topic for the Public Safety Committee to have a session about and learn more about, and then any member of the Assembly can come. And I think that would be certainly appropriate. I don't see Mr. Gutierrez had to take a short break, but I will remind him of that. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Actually, sir, I was going to move to postpone this till later in the meeting, so we could have a time to talk about potentially doing just what you suggested.
Okay.
So if I could move to postpone this matter till later in the evening, the end of the agenda?
Is there a second? Second.
And then-
Ask if there's any opposition to postponing till later in the evening.
And, sir, at the same time, I'd like to move to reconsider D15, so with the same intent. Is it 12? I'm sorry, D12.
D12, it's Delta 12.
I apologize. Thank you.
We'll note that correction is Delta 12. I will ask, and I think she's stated her case. We don't need to. I don't think we need any opposition to reconsidering Delta 12 and put it with Delta 15 for later in the evening.
Thank you, sir.
And that will also be put on later. Administration, just one question on this. Is this time critical for tonight?
Bart? Mr. Chairman, I believe the APD acquisition is sequentially required in order to get the computer hardware down to the software company so it can be loaded and embedded and tested. The APD procurement or the AFD procurement, I don't know is all that critical other than I think some of these are grant funds that they need to get expended fairly quickly.
Okay. What I will do is I'll note it towards the end of the agenda, but depending on where we are in the budget, we may take it up right after dinner. So D12 and D15 are put to later in the agenda, and we'll figure out where they go when we come back from dinner. All right, that brings us to the end of the consent agenda. I would note before we go to the next item, we approved a number of people to sit on boards and commissions. If you are here tonight and have just been appointed, or we've approved your appointment to a board or commission, if you could stand up and come down to the lectern and introduce yourself so we know who you are. New members of boards and commissions. All right. Oh, we've got one.
I am Joy Green Armstrong, and thank you for reappointing me to the library board. And indeed, I have obtained another position, and I am aptly able and willing to serve. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else that we just appointed? All right. Well, thank you all for serving. We recognize the importance of these volunteers to keeping our city functioning as well as it does. So thank you, Ms. Green Armstrong, and thank all those who volunteer. That brings us, we can return to old business before 6 o'clock. And so the next item we can bring up is item, it's 11A, I believe, and that will be item 11A, which is the item number AM 744, 2008, recommendation of award to HDR Incorporated to provide professional engineering services for the Chester Creek at Muldoon Road Channel Restoration Project for the Municipality of Anchorage, Project Management and Engineering Department, RFP 27-P041, Project D, $755,706. The public hearing on this has been closed, and this actually may not have been a public hearing item, but I know Dr. Selcraig had questions on this, as did Ms. Osiander. So, Dr. Selcraig?
I spent quite a bit of time since the last meeting looking into this. I walked the area, looked at the area. I've spent time talking with community council representatives and people in the neighborhood, and then we met yesterday with staff on this. And what's going on here is the creek is this is a proposal to design the path for moving the creek away from the north side of the property, and it's been recommended by a series of reviews and studies that have to do with the long-term health of the creek. There's concern on the part of the citizens that it actually begins the process of extending the road, and what's apparent in this process is that there wasn't much public process. This has surprised the community. We met yesterday and talked with both the Parks Department and Project Management, and they agreed to add some additional meetings in this contract to work with the public and at least explain what's going on, and to also begin to talk and identify what the concerns are and the expectations are around the 36 acres, because that's really the issue. We've got a big piece of property. It's going to have a commercial development on it, a residential development on it, and a park development on it, and it's got a creek running through it, and it's in a very important part of the area for the community. And so what I've asked, and I was told, and I guess maybe if there's somebody here from the administration that it could at least validate the conversation, that there will be a follow-up initiative which perhaps planning can lead, which will identify the base criteria for the development for that whole structure.
Right. Hold on. Before we go, I'm reminded that there is no pending motion on the floor.
Move to approve.
Second. All right. Administration, did you want to comment? Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to which department will have the responsibility, but the request Ms. Selcraig, or Dr. Selcraig has made will be adhered to.
Thank you.
And Ms. Osiander, did you want to add?
Well, actually, it was the same concern. I heard from people for and against this, as did the other representatives from this area. So I'm pleased to know that there's been some progress on that. And so I can go along with that. Thank you.
And I would like to note it's 36 acres. We have basic control over it now, and by establishing our base criteria, I think in the long run we're going to get a really good project. And there's some work already done that's going to be, I think, incorporated into this, and there'll be an opportunity for further discussion on the part of the community. So I'm looking forward to a good outcome, and I'm going to be voting for this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize very quickly, and I'll be brief because I don't know what's been said and what's not been said on this issue, and I apologize for being out of the room. But I support this as well because it's a good first step and it's necessary for the project. I think that regardless of many of the other considerations around this particular piece of land, that this will be a positive improvement for the creek, and if we can do that, we should go ahead and do it.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. I'll ask if there's any opposition to approval of item 11A. Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 11B, which is AO 2008-100, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 3.87.020, 3.87.050, 3.87.060, and 3.87.070 to provide a retiree medical funding program for certain police officers and firefighters. This public hearing has been closed. There is no motion pending. Dr. Selcraig.
Move to postpone.
Can you give me a date?
Yes,
certain?
December 16th.
Okay. It's moved and seconded to postpone to December 16.
It's my understanding, talking with the administration, that we're going to hear from the Superior Court at that, or there's a good chance we'll hear between now and the 16th. I'd like to wait until after we've heard from the Superior Court to decide what we do on this item.
Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Thank you. My understanding was the court required additional briefing on the issues relative to the litigation which has concerned us. Is there any schedule on that, Mr. Reeves, if I might, Mr. Chairman, ask counsel?
That's fine. Mr. Reeves.
Mr. Coffey, through the chair, we don't know when this will be decided. The last round of briefs has not been filed yet. I think it's quite unlikely that there would be a decision before December 16, but one never knows.
I suppose we can just continue it on if need be, but just for the record, until we have some resolution at the Superior Court level at a minimum, I would prefer not to take this matter up. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Coffey, you weren't picking up in the mic. But
sorry.
I got the message. You want to wait till after the Superior Court rules before
Well,
you...
but we can, if it's not done on the 16th, we can then put it off again. But I just wanted to express my concerns about not doing it till we have litigation resolution.
And I would just note, usually my memory isn't as good as Mr. Reeves, but on tonight my memory from the work session is that the last briefing from both parties is due this week on Friday the 21st, which would mean that in theory it would be ripe for decision after the 21st, which actually gives the court almost a month to rule before our next meeting. So there's a possibility, but no guarantees. All right, I'll ask if there's Dr. Selcraig, go ahead.
I just want to note that I talked this over with the administration. They thought there was some benefit in postponing. I'm proceeding with that. But I want to also note that between the last time we talked about this and today, I believe 2 people have died. So there's people in this program that need medical care that don't have it, and I'm really anxious to get this resolved. So I'm happy to postpone it for a little while, but I don't know that I'm going to wait for everything to be resolved before I come back to this.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's any opposition to the motion to postpone until December 16. Hearing and seeing none, that is approved unanimously. That brings us to item 9. item 11C. I'm still on 9, so I can't get past 9. AR 2008-185, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage Assembly supporting the approval of an increase in the employer contribution to the police and fire retirees' medical benefits.
Same. Oh, we're right here.
There's no motion
Move
pending.
to postpone.
To
December 16th.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. It's the same issues. I will ask if there's any opposition to postponing to December 16. Hearing and seeing no opposition, we will take that up again on December 16. It's now 6 o'clock, so that allows us to what's that? Right, that's going on. Assembly appearance request. We have one appearance request tonight from Vesta Elliott. Ms. Elliott, are you here? Please come down.
Hi, good evening. First off, I'd like to apologize to Ms. Osiander for continually misspelling your last name.
Hold the microphone up a little bit closer so we
Yeah.
can pick you up better. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. I'm basically here to talk about the small business sign codes. I've got my sign here for you to see. This is what I'm allowed in my window at my salon. That's it. It's in regards to codes 21.47.07.CD, 21.47.04B4, 21.45.150C, and 21.50.210J. And this is notice of violation number CRM 96843. Is there any way I can distribute this information to?
I think it came.
Okay, super.
I think it came
Great.
with our
Oh,
packet.
Good, super.
There's a notice of violation with different documents.
Right. On September 29th, 2008, Code Enforcement Officer Cora Weaver wrote to Organic Hair Design's landlord, Craig Courier, in regards to the business sign that was professionally designed for 1605 Roosevelt Street by Super Signs Ltd. The hair studio is located at the corner of Minnesota Drive, 2 blocks from the Tudor, Minnesota intersection. The potential complaint of this letter was that it was visible evidence of a home occupation in a right-of-way. Code 21.47.070C states that a business sign must not be within 18.33 yards or 660 feet of the nearest right-of-way or visible from the main traveled highway. If a business sign is not allowed within 18.33 yards from a road or right-of-way, then what is the point of having a business sign? No business signs on Minnesota Drive are 18.33 yards from the road nor 18.33 yards from the intersections. Code 21.45.150C states that home business shall not have visible evidence of business other than a 1 foot by 1 foot sign in the window. How does this support small business? Furthermore, Code 21.47.040B4 states that if a sign is permitted in a multi-occupant situation, our property is a duplex facility, then it is the property owner's responsibility to determine whom the sign shall be devoted to. October 27, 2008, Code Enforcement Officer Cora Weaver again wrote to Organic Hair Design's landlord, Craig Courier, with an actual notice of violation of 21.47.070D regarding portable signs. We were told that we would be fined up to $400 a day if the sign was not removed by November 7th. The code states that portable signs are prohibited.
When the beep goes off, it means
sure.
it's 3 minutes. I'll give you a little
Okay.
bit more time to conclude, but it looked like you were mostly reading the materials you'd already
Yeah,
given us.
I'm
So I'd
just
ask you to,
trying-
I'll give you a little time to conclude.
Super. I just ask for you to please review and revise these codes to better support our community's small businesses. Economy, taxes, and shipping costs are tough enough on small business owners, and without signage, these codes add to the financial difficulties we already currently face. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's some questions, so you don't have to go yet.
Oh, sure.
Ms. Osiander.
Well, Ms. Elliott, I want to apologize to you because I didn't get back to you that second time after we talked. I am pretty sympathetic. Unfortunately, there's an area that we've talked about at some length on this body, and the sign code was a very difficult, contentious issue to resolve. I continue to have some frustrations about the home occupation and trying to give a little more flexibility, because in some situations like yours, you could argue that what makes sense doesn't necessarily fit with the zoning district you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Have you, I also got the notice from your landlord, the
Mhm.
email from your landlord who's very supportive of you. Have you talked at all about moving towards a zoning change to make this property so it's not residential?
He and I have discussed, apparently it costs a lot of money,
It does.
and it's also my home. So, being that it's right on Minnesota Boulevard, it just seems like there'd be some type of variance or something we could work out as far as having a business there. Because it's not illegal, it's just that I feel I'm being pinpointed out because I've seen these portable signs everywhere, and I spent quite a bit of money on a really aesthetically pleasing professional sign, feeling that if there was a nice sign with wheels on it that I could move away from the snow plows and whatever, in the wintertime, then it would be
Yeah.
okay.
That was the other issue I wanted to ask you about or talk to you about briefly, was the whole issue of portable signs being close to a main highway.
And that was
because-
the violation, right?
Yeah, that one goes into the state law, unfortunately. As I was trying to help a car detailing business in Eagle River that had a similar situation. They were kind of stuck back behind, and you could not tell where the business was. So he had a little sandwich board that he put out so you could see it, but it was next to Eagle River Loop Road, which is a state highway, and so there was this setback. So at this point, we've got to have some discussion with state legislators, too, as I understand, on that, on your first section. But thank you for bringing this forth.
You're welcome. I don't understand why it should be illegal for businesses to present themselves to the public. I just think that's a little preposterous. And I do know of other businesses that have gotten away from this ordinance by actually putting the signs on a parked vehicle in their parking lots. And that's really ridiculous to have to go to that
Well, the city,
length.
in Title 21, we're talking about that topic, too.
Super. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Don't go yet. Dr. Selkirk has a question.
Sure.
I want to understand this a little bit better. It's really two issues. One is the issue of a sign in the right-of-way along a state highway, and the other is the issue of the limitation associated with a home occupation.
Correct.
So if we were to spend a little time to look at this, one of the things we might want to explore, I guess, is, and I'd like to talk to the staff and also maybe get Ms. Osiander's thoughts on it, is maybe one of the things we want to look at is that if you have a home occupation that's next to a thoroughfare where that has a variety of large signs on it, if maybe there's a possibility you can have some options.
Type of
But I
variance.
don't think it's anything we could fix this evening, but I'm happy to do some following up on it and maybe talk with Ms. Osiander.
Right, thank you. And I just want to reiterate that the actual code, or the actual violation was the portable sign. She didn't actually see any other violation with that. I just wanted to bring it to your attention because I thought, after reading the codes, that they seemed a little wishy-washy.
All right.
Yeah.
And Ms. Elliott, thank you very much for coming down, and I want
Thank
to
you.
apologize because I know you called me at least once, and I apologize for not calling you back.
It's okay, thank you.
But I would just note that one of the challenges about signs, I think we all remember in the last, it might have been more than 10 years ago, there was a whole state referendum on a so-called sign law that passed on statewide referendum that banned billboards and other large signs on state highways. And it does reflect a real community attitude that there's limits on how much the public really wants to tolerate signs, and finding that right balance, I think, reflects the debate that has taken place on this body, and you're right in the heart of it. And in fact, although I didn't call you back, I did drive by and looked at the sign and looked at the building. I recognized it as a building for those that drive down Minnesota towards Bernard Builders. I think the prior tenant often had big signs up that had political messages on them.
Right, the 8-foot political signs are what really get me.
Right. Well, and
so
they are
I just don't
treated
understand.
differently under the law.
Yeah,
And I recognize your frustration. But thank you for coming down.
thank you so much.
All right. That brings us, it is now 6 o'clock, or after 6 o'clock, so we can resume public hearings. And the first item on the agenda for public hearings are the budget public hearings. We have in past combined all the public hearings on the budget items.
Move to combine.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. As seconded, is there any opposition to combining the public hearings? Hearing and seeing none, we will combine all the public hearings. Anyone wishing to be heard on budget-related items, please come down. What Oh, we got competition already. I appreciate. I think people are predisposed. What I have asked people to do is come to the front of the room so we know who's there. Go ahead. Let us know your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charles Wolforth. I'm speaking to you as a member of the Anchorage Library Foundation. We've requested funding to do a community plan to look at how the libraries fit into Anchorage as a community and can further enhance the community. We've raised over $13 million for the libraries through the Library Renewal Initiative, and we think this would be an important tool to be able to raise more. And I'd just like to briefly read you the goal that we've approved as a body for this plan. The goal of the Anchorage Public Library is to create a long-term community plan that is guided by a clear vision encompassing outreach, accessibility, modernization, and an enhanced library experience, which would be supported by the entire community. The plan will help guide APL and its partner groups in their work, ensure that APL responds to community needs, and provide organizational stability over time. The plan will provide clarity on the role of the library in the community, library facilities, and the services and programs that APL provides. The plan will also incorporate future technological innovations and a system for determining when and where to build new branch locations and how those branches will fit into the library system as a whole. The Library Foundation has voted to match up to $75,000 of a municipal contribution to the plan. Our original request was for $150,000. We've come to realize that's probably not realistic, but we hope that a substantial contribution from the municipality could take place, feeling that this is such an important community asset. And finally, I think that we feel that this is a tool which can broaden the constituency for the libraries and broaden our work in raising money to rebuild and enhance the libraries all over the community. So with that, I just request your support for an appropriation for a library community plan. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere yet. Ms. Gray Jackson is in the queue with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I was in the queue accidentally. But, Charles, it's really nice to see you. Welcome back.
Oh, it's fun. It's great to be back. It's great to have you on the opposite side of the table.
I just note a few years before Mr. Flynn took the downtown seat, Mr. Wolforth was the assembly member from downtown Anchorage. Ms. Osiander does have a question. I don't think you put her in trouble.
I do, and it's one I asked you on the phone, too. Does your advisory board look at the library's capital projects?
We're a foundation, so we're a private nonprofit corporation, and our role is to, as we see it, is to raise money for the libraries.
Right.
So we do, to some extent, keep track of the work that's being done, but our main focus is in raising money for the capital projects.
The reason I ask that, Mr. Chairman, is my concern is to finish first things first, and there's some unresolved capital projects that are not funded in this budget. And so when Mr. Wolforth called me, I said, this sounds great, but shouldn't we finish the projects that are not fully done first?
Well, I understand that point, but I kind of see this as you've got to spend money to make money, especially in the fundraising arena. And we really need a tool that we can take to large potential donors and say, this is our vision. This is the sort of broad thing that we think the libraries can do for the community. And then also, this is what the projects are going to ultimately look like when they're completed. And, you know, we've had great success. Chugiak Eagle River, we've raised $1,450,000. Downtown, we've raised $300,000. Girdwood, $4.1 million. Lusac, $4.7 million. Mountain View, $2.5 million. And so on. Smaller contributions for Muldoon and Sampson Diamond, and that includes none of the municipal money that's been put into it. So that's the $5 million that we've helped raise from the state, and then the balance has all come from the private sector. So, I mean, I guess my answer is yes, we do need more money, but I see this as a way of getting some more money.
And I applaud the work you've done. I just would like us to have enough money to buy new furniture for new libraries and to replace and expand collections. Thank you.
Now Ms. Gray Jackson does have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charles, do you consider this request a capital project? I thought it was an operating budget request.
It is. And what we're looking at here is a plan that's going to have we can't really come up with the entire scope of what the plan will be until we know how much money we have. But the ideas that we've developed are one, in the broad scale, and figuring out what is the library of the future. The libraries are no longer just repositories of books where kids go to do reports because of the internet and because of the many different ways we get information. So to bring in some people who have worked outside and have seen like really exciting things that have happened in libraries across the country, and we start learning from them. Another is to broaden out the people who are interested and want to support the libraries. We've got strong groups. We've got 3 support groups. But we don't want to just get together on a Saturday morning and talk about what we already know. We want to reach out to the whole Anchorage community. And so we've discussed doing some focus groups, maybe doing some public opinion polling, doing some broad community outreach as part of this. And then bringing this in terms of a plan, when we decide what the role of the library is in the community, then we can start figuring out, where the facilities need to be. If we're going to do a downtown library, what is it? Does it have books in it? Is it based on technology? What kind of building would it be in? And we come out to the end where we know, okay, exactly what are we raising money for. So it's a planning process rather than a capital project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sokray.
Will the planning process explore the opportunities of partnerships with the school district? It seems to me that we have kind of a redundancy of books and books next to each other and computers, and it would be wonderful to think of ways to leverage both of those resources together. Are you exploring those ideas, or would that be something you would look at?
Well, this is the answer is yes, and the reason why I answer it yes is because the idea here is to open it up and to take in all of the ideas. And the sense is that we've been a little bit, we've done a great job in focusing on our facilities and raising money and moving forward with what we've got. But we kind of have been a little bit small scale in our thinking at times. In other words, we're looking at LUSAC, how do we increase the traffic flow? How do we fix the front door and stuff like that? When we could be thinking in much bigger terms, and that would be one of those. And hopefully we would have the school district as a stakeholder working on this process, and all of those ideas would be incorporated, and we'd really be sort of opening it up.
That would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
I'm slightly confused because what you're suggesting is something that I would think the administration would be doing as part of their job of running libraries, the planning process. And I understand that you're a nonprofit that augments municipality. And I'm curious why you would be doing this process as opposed to just being friendly support to the administration.
Well, we work very closely with the administration, and Karen Keller, the municipal librarian, and Claire Stockard, the development person, both attend all of our meetings and have been super supportive of this. I guess I see it as a master planning effort, which would be outside a normal annual budget. The library is really a bare bones operation and has lost staff over the years, and I don't think they have the capacity to do a major master planning effort like this out of their normal operating budget. And they're smart people and they know what's happening in the library world, but we're sort of thinking of a quantum level beyond that.
With this funding, and I understand you're looking at getting matching funding, would you then go out and do some kind of RFP and hire, or would you be doing it in-house?
What's been discussed by the foundation, and of course it's contingent upon the municipal participation, but as I understand it, is to do it through the municipal process, to release an RFP, to get basically an overall contractor, and then that would have these other elements that I've mentioned. One way to do it, which we've discussed, would be to have a local sort of general contractor in the planning business who would then bring in this outside guru or this inspirational person, and then would also bring in the public opinion sort of marketing aspect of it. Since we haven't known exactly how much money we're going to have, some of our ideas may be overly ambitious, and we'll have to figure out what we can do with the amount of money that we're able to obtain.
And I guess I'd like to follow up on Ms. Osiander's question. Have you gone to the school district to ask if they're interested in participating in this and participating financially?
We haven't requested money from the school district. We're focusing on the Anchorage Public Libraries, which are a municipal function and operation. I think it would be great to invite the school district in to work on it. We have the money in the bank to contribute the $75,000 that we've agreed to match, and we're asking the municipality, which is the owner of the libraries, to match that.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming to speak to us tonight, Charles. I'm just curious, if the foundation has raised over $13 million, this is a request over and above that. Why can't you spend part of the $13 million on the planning effort? Or is that the match that you're talking about? Is that coming out of the funds?
Right. Well, all of our funds are donated funds from individuals and from foundations. The huge majority of the $13 million that I mentioned has come from particular donors to particular projects. But we do also have funds that have been given to the foundation for the purposes of building the organization and building the community relationship with the libraries, and that's what we'd be calling upon to do our portion of this.
Okay, so this is not a capital request. This is a planning request of the municipality, which owns the facilities. So it's a
for half of it, right?
Right. Okay. Thank you,
Mr. Coffey.
How much do you want?
Well, our original request, as I said, was for $150,000, and we were putting in $75,000. I know how the assembly process works, and there's back and forth, and you've got limitations, and so hopefully we'll get close to the $75,000 we're offering to put in to come from the municipality side.
Okay, and who else have you gone to? Anybody? I know they ask about the school district. Have you talked to any of the other sources of grant funding around? Rasmussen Foundation, others?
Well, the majority of the money we'll be using from our own bank account does originally come from the Rasmussen Foundation. We've discussed if there's a shortfall in what we need in going to other sources. But, our whole function is asking people for money for projects, and we haven't gone out and asked for additional funding for this one.
Have you scoped out what you can do if you just use your own money, $75,000? Can you do this project?
We can do a project. I think to do everything we want to do, the $75,000 isn't enough. And since we're talking about multiple facilities and a really broad outreach effort, $75,000 just seemed not enough. And our original request was for $225,000. They say always go for the most you think you need. $75,000 is way short of that.
Well, I understand that the administration has some proposals here for amendments to the budget, totaling about, I think they're about $200 and some thousand. Did you talk to the administration about getting some their amendments to include you?
Mr. Coffey, it actually does include them. It's a $60,000 level.
Is that the $60,000 down below there? I wasn't sure.
Well, I haven't actually seen that document. I first approached the administration as soon as we came up with our proposal. Unfortunately, they had just finalized their original budget that was submitted to you in September. And so, therefore, we got into the process of seeking an amendment. So the $60,000 will get us a good way in the direction we want to go, if that's the question.
Well, yeah, it's just sort of, you've sat here for 6 years, or maybe, was it 6 or 9? 6. I think you got wise and went back to your life. But you get rooms full of people, and everybody, there's a lot of needs, and there's not a widespread amount of cash. So I ask questions like, what do you really need? I ask questions like, wait a sec, isn't it more appropriate that it be done by the library in sort of its regular budget? Because sort of master planning for an institution like the library, it would seem in part that they should do that, and so on and so forth down the road. So I guess the trouble I have, and I don't expect you to answer this, the trouble I have is how do you respond to all the demands when you face questions like the one I've asked? And if you have an answer.
Well, that's one of the reasons why you quit being up there and go skiing on Tuesday nights instead. But
Tuesday.
I guess
hockey. It's now hockey, Charles.
All right. Well, to me, it's a reasonable request in the context of a $400 million budget. When you have a group that's coming forward offering to match dollar for dollar, a project which is going to enhance a municipal asset and which has a really broad community impact and could have a much broader community impact. So in balancing all the many needs, I'm sure that you could put the entire budget into public safety, and that would probably be a good thing, But then a lot of other needs would be left aside, and this is something that also supports the community that's also really broadly beneficial. I don't think that it's realistic to say that the library could do this within their budget. They have trouble just getting the books back on the shelves, and if you've looked at their budget, it's very skinny. There's no way that they would have the kind of resources needed to do a really broad community outreach and master planning effort, or even the in-house skill set.
Okay, one last question. Maybe I misunderstood. The foundation's raised a substantial amount of money.
Yes.
Right? And it was $13 million was the number?
Correct.
Well, what are you using that for, and why couldn't you do that with that money?
Well, it's Ms. Ostianter said it's a lot, but it's not enough.
Lots of taxpayers out there saying this is enough for me that they're paying.
Well, the taxpayers are paying, I guess, have voted for bonds of $2.9 million for the libraries in addition to the $13 million we've raised. Why is it not enough? Well, it doesn't meet all the needs. I mean, as Ms. Ostianter brought up, there may be more money that's needed just to finish the projects that we've already talked about. A long desired facility in this community is to have a downtown library again. We've got $300,000 we've raised from Rasmussen and from BP for that project, and we've also got about $600,000 in the bank from a past donor. We don't know where that's going to be. We don't know how it should be built. We don't know if that's enough money. So there's just, and we don't know what the function of it exactly is and sort of the future. So that's why we feel it's important to step back and sort of vision this with the whole community and make sure we do it right.
I don't question the need for an overview master planning, kind of what's the best way to spend our resources. That's a very wise thing. But you just told me you've got money in hand that you've already allocated for projects without having done that. So it seems to me you got a little bit of the cart before the horse, and I understand, and I don't want to argue with you, Charles. I mean, there's a lot of needs. You know it. We can't meet them all, and it's always a difficult question. And what happens is the people who pack the room often get what they want, and those who stay home don't. So that's reality. I thank you for your answers.
Community democracy.
Thank you. There's a couple more questions, so you don't get to leave yet. I will note one of the things I commonly ask when one person is testifying in a lot of questions: how many people in the audience are here that support the Assembly providing funds? The proposal today is for $60,000 to support this library appropriation that Mr. Woolforth is speaking. If you are in favor, please stand up. Stand up so we can see you. If you're here in support of that expenditure. And I thank you very much. And then I'd also ask if there's anybody here. You get to keep standing.
And I know we do have two people who are planning to speak, but we've tried to limit it.
Okay, that's fine. My second question is there anybody here in the audience that is here to speak in opposition to this expenditure? All right. I'll note that I don't see anyone standing that is opposed to the expenditure. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf. Dr. Selkirk has a question. Mike.
I'm curious about, now, the $13 million, is that for construction? What's the $13 million for?
Right. Those are the capital funds that have been raised for individual projects. In other words, to do the Eagle River Tugiak project, to do the Girdwood project, to do the Lusac project.
So everything's designated in that already? You've already committed the $13 million?
Well, and it's committed before you ask for the money. You get to go and ask for the money for a particular project and then use it for something else.
Is there any possibility when you have that many projects on the board that it would be reasonable to take a 5% or a 2% planning percentage so that you could recognize that there needs to be kind of this long-term planning associated with all these projects? I mean, it seems like you've got a lot of projects underway, and typically, under a major project, there's a certain portion you spend on planning, and I'm wondering if that couldn't be aggregated and contribute to this effort.
Well, I think that's the kind of thing that one would need to address before you ask for the money. And we certainly did do that with Rasmussen Foundation, and we're hoping to allocate some of the money we received from Rasmussen Foundation for planning. But if you receive a grant from say, a generous individual, and he's got a vision of, I believe in that Mountain View Library, I grew up there, I want my money there, I don't think you then go and pull some of that money out for another purpose. I think that's part of the sort of the promise you make.
Well, I guess I'm struggling with this because, as you're familiar with this process, there's a lot before us, and I look at $75,000. We're working right now to put together money for the East Side Plan. We've been working on it for 2 years. We've got $40,000, right? So there are a lot of people in lines for plans, and I, of course, as a planner, value them. But for this precious little pot we have before us right now, we've got critical programs that have to do with health care and children. And so I have to tell you, it's not a matter of not wanting to meet the needs of the library. I'm just wondering if there aren't better ways to come up with the resources to do this. That said, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to support this. It's just a tough call. You have a fair amount of resources to do things, and it's reasonable to want to plan them, but I'm wondering if you have 75 in hand now. Is that right?
Well, we have 75 that we have said that we will match up to that amount from the municipality. We have monies that are in our accounts that are allocated for various things, and I think the board felt that we could commit up to that amount out of what we have, considering the other responsibilities we have.
Well, one of the things we're doing with a variety of things that we had hoped to address in this budget cycle is we're basically funding part of them and coming back first quarter budget review and seeing where we're at. So one option might be to consider initiating something and talking to us about support further down the road as well. It's just an option. Thank you.
Right. I appreciate that. I think the concern would be that we wanted to figure out what we're going to do and not have to change in midstream, and so having a commitment in advance is important. And just to respond to your other point, and also to Mr. Coffey's point, I mean, to me, I envision the library as being this crucial place where we develop social capital. In other words, the idea of how do we bond together as a community. It's much more than books, but it's also spaces that are free where people can come together, they can meet, they can be, in common cause for the community. In that sense, this kind of planning effort is much more than just figuring out what we're going to do. It's broadening that circle and making sure that more people know about that.
I'm really appreciative of that vision.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander next. I would just remind folks that Mr. Woolforth is the first one to testify tonight. There's others that want to testify on other things, and I've got at least one other person to talk about libraries. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander. Mike.
I needed to clarify my question, principally because I heard two other Assembly members ask if this was a capital request versus an operating request. I specifically ask it because I know your background, Mr. Woolforth. Would it concern you if you knew that the library bond that was approved has no matching O&M in this operating budget? There was no increase for O&M to actually go ahead and fulfill the full function for that library bond. Would that concern you?
I guess I'd want to know more about why that was done and how it was done. I really don't know the facts behind it.
I do too. Principally also because my understanding is currently in the operating budget, we don't have enough in there to go ahead and buy the furniture and the equipment to fully run that new Chugiak Eagle River Library that's going to double in size. We're going to use secondhand furniture, and we're not going to be able to do the collection. Mountain View is short, so Mountain View is not as short, but Mountain View is now being pushed out a year in order to make sure that works. This building is short, too, to have the operation to fully integrate what was passed in that bond. That's why I keep harping on that, and I'm going to continue to harp on it. And until that problem's fixed, it's going to be really hard for me to support a planning effort. As I think I've said that about 4 times now, but I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't know if you were aware of that.
I'm not. I have not gotten into that sort of level of detail about projects. I've just, I'm looking to raise more money. That's my objective.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Grayjack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Charles, you said you raised $13 million?
Correct.
From private sources? Have you gotten?
And the state of Alaska.
And the state of Alaska, right. So have you received any money from the municipality to date?
The foundation is not municipally supported, no.
Okay. So then my next question is, do you think that maybe if the municipality would give you this small donation, that it might be a gesture to say thank you to all these wonderful people for opening up their wallets and helping you with this project to the tune of $13 million? Did you understand my question?
Couldn't say it better.
Thank you.
I think he's telling you that's a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just joking. Dr. Selkirk. You're done? Okay. No one else is in the queue. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is David Harrington. I'm chairman of the Library Advisory Board and member of the Library Renewal Task Force. As you already know, the Library Advisory Board unanimously passed a resolution in support of the Library Foundation's funding request that you're presently considering. I'm not going to go over the points of that resolution. You've already seen that, but let me say a few words about the funds request. As a retired teacher, I come from a career where planning and assessment were imperative. The Anchorage Public Library system and its staff do a marvelous job of serving the clientele that frequent it. One of my concerns is to do an even better job of identifying the needs of that group, as well as assessing the needs of the greater community so that we can expand and redefine our functions. I appreciate the fiscal discipline necessary for all of you, particularly as we look at the state of the nation's economy and the current price of oil, with all its implications for funding from the state. Nevertheless, judicious use of taxpayer money at times requires a bit of upfront investment. I believe this is one of those times. We have been fairly successful at attracting private money, thus lowering the drain on public funds for the quality and level of facility and product provided. It is to the advantage of the municipality to assist in the development of the strong private sector involvement. Just as when I was in the classroom, it's critical to determine where one is going, to devise the best steps for achieving that goal. The additional funds you're considering tonight will help the Anchorage Public Libraries and their partner groups more clearly define that goal and thus better serve the growing needs of this community. As a closing comment, I would say as a member of the Library Renewal Task Force, the money that's been raised by the foundation is going for construction funds, and it is what we're using to open those other libraries. And that's an ongoing drive of ours. We're continuing to raise money for Eagle River. We're continuing to raise money for Mountain View. It's not like we're going to stop all of that and just start planning for the long range. You know, the planning will be a part of the ongoing effort to generate funds and will also be a necessary component of raising money. It's very difficult to go to a corporation like Target and say, we need $1 million because, well, we need $1 million. It is much easier for us to go with a strategic plan, sit down with them, and show them where their dollars can have the greatest impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no questions. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak? Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Carrie Keene, and I'm the president of the Friends of the Library. And the Friends of the Library also passed a resolution in support of the library community plan. Last year, over 850,000 people came to the library and checked out over 1.5 million titles. That's books, DVDs, and that is a huge constituency. And the library, it's called Anchorage Public Library, but it, of course, covers from Eagle River, Girdwood, Eklutna, Portage. I always like to throw those in. And a library is a very multifaceted place. It is books to some. It is the internet to others. To young children, it is preschool story time, and to researchers, it is information, electronic resources, as well as periodicals, as well as books. And in part, because it is such a multifaceted thing, from space to collections, that's one reason why it's really important to have a planning process so that Anchorage Public Library can zero in on what's important to this community. Many folks, including the Friends, including the Foundation, struggle to raise money because they feel that they want the library to be even stronger than it is. Have more collections, have new furniture. I happen to know that the furniture at Eagle River was hand-me-downs about 30 years ago. So, of course, it would be really lovely to have some chairs that actually have some cush underneath them. And for the Friends and for the community, it would be really important for them to be part of the planning process. A planning process is a wise use of resources, and it was articulated, a library plan was articulated in the Anchorage 2020 plan. As you know, the library's collection often offers many visions of the past and the future and the present, and it is very important that we assist the library in plotting its own future through this public process that we all could be part of. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for coming down. Go ahead, sir.
I'm in a rush because we have several folks I promised they could leave by 7. My name is Ed Blayhouse. I'm the chairman of the Anchorage Arts Advisory Commission. First of all, we thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on an initiative we've been working on to improve exposure to the arts for the young people in our community. On behalf of the Commission and the many arts organizations in our community, we are here this evening to request $100,000 to fund an important initiative to engage more of our youth in arts programs in Anchorage. Anchorage arts organizations offer many performance and programs designed for young people. However, too many of these people in our community, the youth and their families, cannot afford the cost of either a ticket to the event or the cost of participating in an after-school arts program. The Arts Commission and the arts organizations that serve our community believe the arts benefit all young people. We ask for your assistance in addressing the economic barriers that stand between the arts and many of our youth. The goal of this initiative is to foster and develop student participation in and appreciation for the entire spectrum of performing and visual arts, and to open a window of opportunity for some of our young people into areas of interest normally unavailable to them for monetary reasons. This initiative will target student members of the Anchorage community for arts events to purchase tickets and for membership tuition dues for young people wishing to go to arts events or to be part of an arts group as a participant. The Arts Commission would focus these funds specifically to lower or eliminate the cost of a ticket to an arts event so that all students can participate in these activities. The Commission envisions the use of chits or vouchers, what we call discount coupons, issued to low-income youth. These chits or coupons would be redeemable for tickets to events or registration fees for after-school arts programs. The value of the redeemed coupon will be paid to the arts organization providing the performance or program from the funds we are here this evening asking for you to approve. Coupons would be distributed through schools, community organizations, or arts organizations. The program will be administered through the Anchorage Arts and Cultural Foundation, the same organization that effectively administers the current grant program that you folks allocate funding for and we administer through the foundation. Your funding is poised to leverage private sector funding such as the Rasmussen Foundation, the state through the State Arts Council, and ASD, Anchorage School District, and federal funds through the school district. Anchorage School Superintendent Carol Como has indicated her willingness to ask the school board for a dollar-for-dollar match of the funds you appropriate for this important initiative through her resources. I will be followed in this presentation by other members of our community to show their support. Emily Blayhouse, a teacher at Mirror Lake Middle School, Tori Allen, the general manager of Anchorage Opera, Fiona Tosi, representing the Anchorage Cultural Council, and Robert Harris from the Anchorage Youth Symphony. So I'd like to move on and give it to the other members of the group, unless you have any questions.
There are some questions. I will note before we get to questions, as I did with the library, those in the audience that are here to show their support for this arts funding proposal, please stand. All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience, and you get to keep standing, I'm not going to count you, but is there anyone in the audience that came to speak or be seen as opposing this funding for the arts program? Okay. And I would just note, for purposes of just so the public is aware, the proposal that's come from the administration in their substitute version of the budget provides, I believe, $50,000 for this program. Not the 100,000 you're requesting, but 50. All right, Dr. Selkirk.
We were not aware of that. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk has a question.
Are you aware of the Anchorage Youth Succeed in School and Life effort that's underway? It's got about 40 partners, the school district, United Way, the McLaughlin, the whole variety of church groups. They've got a elaborative effort underway that focuses on success in youth. Are you guys partnering with them in any way?
I don't think the Commission has a role in it. I'm sure there are members of the Commission or members of our group here tonight that are on board with that or know about it.
Well, the thing that's a challenge, of course, it's the same conversation as with the libraries, is that they've asked for $100,000 to add an additional Title I school after-school program. And you've asked for $100,000 for art tickets for the arts. And we're all talking about children, right? These are both the served children. And in many cases, Title I schools have low-income children, and you're concerned about low-income children. And one of the difficulties about sitting here and making these decisions is trying to figure out what's the real priority, where will the money go and be most effective. And so, and Ms. Oceana and I have talked a little bit about kind of just, we wish that there was a clear criteria that we could establish for kind of ranking these kinds of requests. And what happens is that the people who are most organized a lot of times are the ones that actually get the resources, and so it's tough. So I'm just wondering, considering those two options, an after-school, Title I after-school program for a school, an after-school program for kids that don't have anywhere to go, or this, when you think about that, would you assume, just which do you think is a higher priority?
Well, there are approximately 28 arts groups that submit requests for grant funding from the Commission every year. And in the past, you've given us $260,000 approximately to allocate among those 28 organizations. Now, I know that not all of them, but the great majority of those 28 organizations have programs in place that are working right now. What we're advocating tonight is a vehicle for youngsters who can't afford to buy a regular ticket to get to see these events. So we think this is a very high priority.
I think it's a very important priority. I'm just sharing with you the complexity of this. One of the things I would do is I would really encourage you to contact United Way and get connected into this program and be a partner to the program. Assuming you have these resources, it looks like you would be an effective partner to some of the initiatives they're working on. So it would be great to see you work together. So
We'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no other questions. Next, please. I know we are committed to taking our dinner hour at 7, and you're trying to get your folks through before 7. So.
Good evening. My name is Emily Blayhouse, and I am a teacher at Mirror Lake Middle School. When we built our school, our first motto was, ask, is it good for the students? This is good for the students. We are not a Title I school, but we do have students that would benefit from this. Most of our students would. The value to our students is immense. We need to expose children to the arts. We need to expose all the children to the arts. We have great programs in the ASD, and I would like our students, all of our students, to realize that the PAC, the Cyranos, all the places in Anchorage that we have arts communities, that it is theirs too. It's not the old people, it's not the rich people, it's everyone's. And if we, this is great value to our students. Another thing is that we can integrate the arts with our curriculum. Just recently, I took 53 students to the dress rehearsal of Carmen and integrated the Spanish Civil War and the culture of Spain with Carmen. This is lifelong enjoyment and connections for our students. Financial aid. Our students need financial aid to go to the Performing Arts Center, to go to the theaters, not just Title I schools. Other schools in the vicinity in the Anchorage School District need help to go to these performances. Let me give you an example. I decided I wanted to take some of my students to Annie. It's perfect for them. It's appropriate. It's talks about what's happening today in our schools, in our nation. I bought 25 tickets for $1,500. I wrote a grant for $600. I'm down $900 in the hole. We're having a book fair at Barnes & Noble. I encourage you to come 12 till 3 on Saturday for our art exhibit and music. So I will still be about $400 or $500 in the hole for my students, 25 of them, a great treat. Don't know how I will pick them to go, but I will pick 25 of them to go to see a real Broadway production. They couldn't afford to go without this. We are growing an audience. I am growing an audience. I have boys and girls that bring their moms and dads. The Carmen people, the kiddos that went, told the staff about it. We had 3 staff members that went to see Carmen because the kids told them about it. The Anchorage Concert Chorus tried to grow their audience by inviting all students under the age of 18 to a free concert in October. Their parents came, and anyone under 18 came. They were free. Wasn't that great? Did we lose money? You bet we did. Can the arts committee, the performing people do this all the time? No, but we are growing an audience. We are working at that. And last but not least, I sat down with my 4 classes and said, okay, I need to talk to these people, and I got to say it real fast. This is what they said. They want the excitement of the theater. It creates better audiences. They will be exposed to different genres. They will give us inspiration if we get to go to the theaters. We know for sure that we can go, that we will have a ticket and that we can go. We get to see top of the line. It will open a new door for us.
Because there's others want to testify, we try to limit it to 3 minutes, which was the beeper. I'll give you about 10 seconds to conclude it, and then Ms. Osiander has a question. All
right. We've got to taste things so that we will try. It gets us involved in the arts in our schools. We learn about different cultures. It promotes creativity. We have lots of sports. We need the arts. Art enhances test scores, and most of all, it would be a pretty boring world without the arts.
All right. Ms. Osiander has a question.
It's not a question. It's a thank you to one of the most extraordinary teachers in the Anchorage School District who has made an incredible difference for a whole lot of people.
Okay, next, please. Thank you for coming down.
No, we still have.
I know, but he can tell. Mr. McCallum, there's not a list. So
sorry, I'm a little quicker.
There's not a formal queue. I just want to know. I want people in front so I know who wants to testify.
Chairman Clayman and fellow assembly members, my name is Eric McCallum. I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission, and obviously I'm here to talk about the Parks and Rec budget. I'd like to just kind of start off and just reinforce how creative I think the Parks Department is. If you look at wealth, whether it's financial wealth or social wealth, it is, usually can be described quite easily. It's all done through leverage. And so I would like to suggest that if you take the Parks and Rec Department, we are probably, I'm biased, but probably the best of your departments as far as leveraging, whether it's funding or operations. And so quickly I want to talk about funding. We obviously get funding from the property taxes and from the Assembly, but we also get state and federal monies, oftentimes through leveraging and through grants, and we get a lot of money through foundations, and once again, those are leveraged a lot and are matched in many ways. From an operational standpoint, we have volunteers, and I just learned from Beth Nordland that Portland, they went to a national meeting, and Portland had 30,000 hours of volunteer last year. Anchorage had 90,000 hours. So, I think when it comes to, leverage and effectively, I kind of come from the business world, and I would suggest that 10 to 20% of profit margins in the industrialized world is created through the process of called cost externalization. Basically, you're getting other people to pay your costs, pay part of your operations. I do it, Exxon Mobil does it, and everybody in between does it. And I am suggesting here that we're putting in 90,000 hours of volunteers. We're figuring out ways to get the community to help take care of some of our operational costs. So I would suggest that we're extremely efficient, probably one of the most efficient ones as far as providing services. But once again, obviously I am biased. I think one of the things that specifically has come up is a couple of the positions, and I worked pretty hard and made contributions with both time and money to get the parks bonds passed, and so I'm at least a little bit familiar with what the goal was there, and I know that there were like 3 positions. One of them was an arborist, and I know that there's about 1,500 trees and 3,500 shrubs, and normally it's about an hour per year for trees in order to properly maintain them, and half an hour per shrub. So, that's one of the positions. And I guess I know that my time is up. I just would like to.
Mr. McCallum, I think there may be some questions. Why don't you just identify the two other positions that relate to bond, to O&M relating to the bond, and then I'll see if there's questions.
Right. The final comment on the arborists is we own more trees than anybody else in the Anchorage Bowl area. 9,000 acres of the 11,000 acres we have is natural space, so it has trees. If anyone should have an arborist, it should be us. The other position is recreational planning position, and once again, it gets back to this leverage concept, I think, because we're only using 25% of the bond to pay this position. 75% of this position actually is already paid for and funded. And, we've just done this 1,000, we've done 1,000 hours, or 1,000 people volunteered to do the grading of the parks, the grade part. Report card, there we go.
All right, let's focus on, there's a recreation position that 25% is O&M that relates to the bond. All right, what's the third position?
Third position is, of course, the person who oversees the whole maintenance operations. That's going to be the kind of the chair who's going to look over maintenance operation and also the horticulture. And so anything that has to do with us taking care of our parks, which has been identified by all the park users as their number one priority, this will be falling into that position. I'm on the commission, so I could be doing some of this wrong. So.
All right.
Okay.
Anybody with questions for Mr. McCallum? You get off easy tonight. It seems okay. Mr. Woolforth is the only one that gets grilled for a long time. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Tori Allen, and I'm the General Manager of Anchorage Opera. And I'm here to support the request for the additional the funding for the vouchers for arts education for the youth here in Anchorage. I just want to share a little bit about my background and tell you why I support this request. In 1991, I moved from Boston to New York City, and that was pre-Giuliani time in New York City, and New York City was one scary place. All the normal social ills seemed 10 times worse in New York City. But for me, what was most notable and disturbing was all the young people caught up and trapped in the ugliness. Early on, I had the opportunity to meet a lifelong New Yorker and a prominent leader in the social service sector. She told me that from her perspective, the alarming levels of violence, truancy, unplanned pregnancy, and dropout among New York City youth was a result of a lot of different forces. But primary among those was the fact that during New York City's fiscal crisis in the late 1970s, the city enacted a myopic policy that called for the removal of all extracurricular activities from public schools, including the arts, music, and arts education. They fired the arts teachers, the music teachers, dance teachers, ended after-school classes, and took all the instruments out of the schools. According to Mary, within 2 years of enacting this policy, the city began experiencing dramatic increases in youth violence, truancy, unplanned pregnancy, and dropout. This included more drug usage, more gang activity, the emergence of drive-by shootings, more crime, that called for more police, more youth in jails, more foster care, more social service, and so on. Mary felt that the arts had served as an important first strike in combating these kinds of ills. By eliminating this first strike in the city, they had made a grave and very costly error. Having been there in the thick of it, I believe strongly that Mary was absolutely right, and I wouldn't wish that mistake on any city in this country. I don't have the data present tonight, but there are plenty of reputable studies that validate the connection between low-level investment in these kinds of programs and all of the social ills I mentioned before. Thank you.
I see no questions. Thank you very much. I'd note we take our dinner break at 7. It's now 7. I'll take one more person, and then we'll take our dinner break.
Thank you. I'm Robert Harris. I'm the president of the Anchorage Youth Symphony, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. The arts help keep kids engaged, and engaged not just in school but in the community. They're an important and essential part of the education of our young. And as immediate past president of the West High PTSA, I'm also aware of the fact that one of the problems that is really afflicting our community and our state is the high dropout rate. Anything we can do that helps keep kids engaged both in school and in our communities, I think, really helps our future. Arts education and in our case music provides unlimited opportunities to learn, and I think that's why supporting this appropriation for the Youth and Arts program is really important, and I appreciate your opportunity to let me speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last person I'm going to take for public testimony. I'm sorry. Hold on.
We have one more member of our group. Can be very brief.
Okay, I understand, but I've committed to this body that we're going to take our dinner break at 7. We'll take a 30-minute dinner break. There's other people I know that want to be heard on public testimony with regard to the budget, and so I will. Is there anybody else besides one person for the arts that wants to testify on the budget tonight? Is there anybody here in the audience? Okay, there are others in the audience, so we will take our break now so we can get dinner. I would note also, just for information, Ms. Osiander noted that item 14B, which has to do with the Connect View Intertie water extension, I understand there are several people here from Eagle River that want to speak to that. The budget is the first thing on public hearings. I predict that we will get to the Eagle River matter tonight. I can't promise that it's going to be close to after dinner, so I ask you to indulge patience, and if you want to take a few minutes during the break and get a book to read, you're certainly welcome to. We'll take our dinner break and do our best to be back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Go ahead. If you're speaking collectively, let us know, all three of you, and we'll give you all the same 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Faana Tosi. I am a board member of the Anchorage Cultural Council. I am here to express to you why it's important to have art, have our youth be exposed to art. One of the things is to bring people, I'm sorry, I'm kind of bothered that not a lot of folks are up there. So,
Chairman, I'm sorry, if I could, I had expressed before, I'm uncomfortable continuing the public hearing without all the members in here. I think that the people who are testifying deserve to be heard by every member of the Assembly.
Mr. Gutierrez, I agree, but under our rules, a quorum is with 6 of us, and we have 7 of us here at the table. And I have asked everyone, I have walked through the rooms asking people to come forward. I'm frankly disappointed that everybody's not here, but I think it's reasonable to go forward.
Okay.
Go ahead. We'll start your time again.
Thank you. A few reasons why I think youth should be involved in art. One, it brings people together. A few years back, the city called for anti-gang initiatives. College students were tired of the negative attention that hovered over their respective communities. 3 UAA students came together. One is from Hawaii, another from Samoa, and the other from Tonga. They decided to form the Polynesian College Council. Although each were different, they found a commonality through art, educated each other with dance, music, chants, crafts, poetry, and visual art. They built a bond to help them through college life. These UAA students began bridging generations and different communities among themselves by assisting other students to unify, to bring forth positive change in their respective cultures. Another reason why I think art is important to our youth is positive exposure. Mountain View Boys and Girls Club sent a group of kids to an opera held at the Performing Arts Center. One of the kids didn't have the right attire and was embarrassed to go in. He said he's never been to the Performing Arts Center and really like to come again. He doesn't remember attending elementary school field trips because of family. Well, I know that kid's had a hard life with his family, a hard life at home. I saw him in the summer. Currently, he's a senior at East. He plays on a basketball team. Sorry. He has a 3.0 GPA. Expanding the arts within our schools, having opera and orchestra concerts affordable, funding is a must for the arts to encourage youth participation. Art is just one of the components that seems to be working with helping our youth stay engaged in a positive direction. I'm here, I brought my girls with me, so they're going to be expressing to you how much it's benefited them.
Thank you.
My name is Adrenal, and I go to West High School. I played the violin all throughout my middle school years and in 6th grade, and I feel that it's really helped me to get through middle school, being as it is a very tough change from elementary into your teenage years. And I feel that if I wouldn't have played the violin, I probably wouldn't have become well, I think I'm a good person, but I probably wouldn't have become such a good person if I wouldn't have had arts in my past.
Thank you.
My name is Anastasia, and I'm an 8th grader at Stellar Secondary School, which is based on arts and music. And when I was in elementary in 4th grade, my art teacher one day told me that I wasn't good enough to be an artist, and that really brought me down. But once I stepped into Stellar and saw the murals and the poems on the walls, it brought my artistic side back. And I think that if I didn't have art in my life, I wouldn't be the person who I am today. I wouldn't be up talking to you guys. I'd be sitting down, not even here. And if you stop funding for art and music, you're basically saying that you don't care about what kids think or what they like. And you're basically taking the paintbrush or the pencil or the clay or the marker or the camera out of their hands and replacing it with what? Nothing. And out of all the kids that I know, nothing is really boring. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gutierrez has a question, and I'm not sure who it's to, but you should all be prepared.
Thank you. Ms. Tosi, I know you got very emotional there, and I want to ask you a question. I think you were getting at the answer, but would you say that in this community over the years that the availability of the arts to certain young people has saved lives in this community?
It's going to make me cry. I have a lot of stories with the Samoan culture. Being raised in their homes, well, it's because I'm one too. Those kids are basically you do what you're told. A lot of them are not allowed to express themselves. They don't talk back. A lot of their feelings are suppressed. So their only outlet is through performance, through dancing and music. You hear a lot of them sing a cappella in the hallways of the high schools and middle schools. And in elementary school, the only way they can express themselves is through art, paint, poetry. I've attended a multicultural leadership function downtown, and I knew it was going to be a lot of high school kids there. And I knew that the only way that I can reach them was through a poem. So I wrote a poem. I don't have it with me. I wrote a poem, and a few weeks later, an Alaska Native kid I ran into in Mountain View, I was walking into Clark Junior High, and he was standing there waiting to get on the bus, and he asked, "Hey, you're that girl that did that rap." So my poem turned into a rap, and he can relate to a lot of what I had said, had asked more about the cultures, but it's just an outlet for a lot of our kids to, not a lot of them are athletes. I've seen way too many of them in McLaughlin, seen them way too many in the principal's office. The best way they can express themselves is through poetry. And if you can just read what a child had wrote about his life and how hard this kid has had, and what's difficult is that they're not allowed to express themselves, as here in American society, the American culture, we are brought up to be in the Anchorage school districts. And it's difficult for them to transition from, I'm going on another rampage and I don't think it's fair, but it's just to give you an idea that it's their only outlet.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Gutierrez? Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vince Casey, and last month I was asked if I minded my name be put forward to become president of the board of directors at the Senior Center, and I said, after thinking no, I didn't mind, not expecting really to be elected, but I was elected. Now I'm finding out what many problems we have to solve. I don't have a budget mind or experience, but I thought I would come to let you know we are interested, and also to let you know what's going on at the center and answer any questions if you have them. Immediately after I was elected, then the outgoing president gave me the resignation of the executive director, which she'd had for a month, and so she had agreed to stay on until the end of the year. So Don Alspach has agreed to be our interim director while we search for a new director. The treasurer has resigned to take care of some other personal business, and we now have a treasurer who worked for a corporation for 30 years and certified public accountant. So we're expecting to straighten some things out that have been sort of ugly for a while. And the fundraising committee had a raffle and they raised $15,000. An organization called Hats Off raises money to help the center, and I think they raised about the same amount this year. And they bought us a van a couple of years ago. So those kind of things are going on, and someday, if you're lucky, you'll be a senior citizen, and I hope you'll help us have it prepared for you so you'll enjoy it more than we do today. So are there any questions?
Dr. Selkirk has a question, and she's not the only one, so you...
I believe last year we approved a budget that was both for last year and for this year. We did one budget that addressed 2 years in a row, and actually the Senior Center asked us to do that. So it's nice to get this update. I think we are interested in terms of how things are going in terms of the management, so I appreciate you taking the time. I know Mr. Alspa. I've worked with him for many years, and I think you've got a good, solid person at the head of the charge right now in terms of dealing with the internal issues. So I think it'd be great if you get back to us again in 6 months at least and tell us how things are going and what's going on. It'd be nice to hear from you.
Thank you. You reminded me that in October we had a breakfast with the mayor and the assembly, and Chairman Clayman and budget lady Gray Jackson arrived there and participated. I think it would be good if we could have a luncheon before.
That would be great.
And I'm a senior citizen, so I have a senior moment.
We all have those senior moments.
I wanted to say something else, but I won't take any more of your time. Thank you very much.
Well, you can't go yet because Mr. Flynn has a question.
Hi, Mr. Casey.
Hi.
Over here this side.
This way.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Good to see
Hard
you.
to know.
I just have a quick question. At what point does your budget get to a sufficient level that Lorraine stops harassing me to buy raffle tickets?
I didn't hear that too good.
Your answer is never.
I was worried about that. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Casey.
The thing I was going to say that I forgot was that I don't see too well, so you have to get my attention.
All right, one last question from Ms. Osiander.
Okay.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Casey.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that maybe in the future those breakfasts could include the Chugiak Senior Center, since we actually have 2 senior centers in town.
Yes.
Is that possible?
Those which may include?
The meeting with the mayor, the breakfast, the lunches, maybe it could include both senior centers.
Yes, I had an understanding if they have a separate one, and what you're suggesting, it would be nice if we would join together.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that
Thank you.
suggestion.
Thank you. No one else has questions. Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, it's always nice to be back. I used to sit there and used to argue about, please put more money in the health department budget, so I've come for another matter tonight. I wanted to start first by saying, art certainly does matter, and it mattered in my life. I was listening to what Tori Allen had to say, and I was a grandmother's child, brought up in New York, and lived in Harlem, and didn't know for a long time that Broadway was on the other side of Central Park. Took the subway and went to many, many plays, had the opportunity with that grandmother to take me to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, to the Opera, to the Roxy, to Radio City, to go to plays, and it is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity, and certainly I support anything that you can do to keep kids encouraged. But I want to talk about another group of kids tonight that won't make it to have the opportunities to participate in the arts if they don't have adequate, proper, important, and critical child care. And that is, I'm here to support the funding that is being proposed and hope that there will be some opportunity to increase that funding for Campfire and the before and after school programs that they have so many years and ably conducted in this community. It's more than a lifesaver. It is about public safety. It is about health. It's about community. And it's about those kids that are not here and able to speak for themselves. So I think there is a real balance between supporting the arts and giving kids the opportunity to have those expressions, but not to forget how critical it is to have important child care. I never did really get to retire, and I'm having more fun, so when people ask me, when are you going to retire, I think it's just when I die, and that'll be fine. But I'm working now in a place that I love, Mountain View. It's kind of where I got a chance to start my public service and my career here many, many years ago. And Joan Hurst was the director of Campfire. And we had problems. We called them latchkey kids. And Dr. Selcraig's mom was right in there and knew all about those problems that we have. And Assemblyman Flynn's mother, Heather. And we went to Campfire and said, what are we going to do? We've got to start some latchkey string programs. And we did that. And they're still doing them today. They're after-school care programs, and hundreds of kids that have benefited from those programs. They need the funding. If there's a way to increase it, I know in the health department we always had to scramble with what's left of the crumbs. And rather than argue those, everything is important, both cases are important, but if there is an opportunity, I would really encourage you to support that program and provide the funding that's really needed.
Thank you. I see questions. 2 people at least have questions. I just note in the S version of the budget, I believe there's $25,000 allocated for the programs you're referring to.
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig.
I believe the original request was $100,000.
As I understand
and
it,
the
yes.
intention was, what was the intention for that original request?
Well, I know that people here from Campfire can be more specific than I can, but it would be to increase the funding for the many, many programs that need that help.
Okay, thank you. I'll just wait for that.
Okay,
I'd like a little more detail when we get to that.
Mr. Coffey, is that
Thank
all?
you.
Yeah, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you again. I've got a amendment sheet here that we've been talking about. I believe it was prepared by the budget chair. It's got $300,000 in reductions, fuel savings, hiring cops a little later down the road so you don't have to pay the whole year, and that makes up for it. Then it's got $300,000 in spending, and it's the people who have testified, who are on this list, have testified tonight. And you've been here, and you know what we have to go through
I do.
To prioritize.
Mhm.
And one of the things that I've been persuaded, although I wasn't persuaded a year ago, but I'm persuaded now, that the community benefit for providing funding to Project Access, which provides significant benefits to the uninsured population, there's a tremendous benefit that flows from that. I've talked to the hospital administrators and, the emergency room situation versus a non-emergency situation. And all of those costs, which impact all of our lives by increased health care costs, the impacts are diminished by Project Access. And then the other question I ask is, if that's true, then at what level do the other types of programs for the Library Community Plan, the Alaska Arts and Cultural, the Senior Center, those things, do they, in your mind, rise to the same level and the benefit that accrues to the community from Project Access? And if so, why?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, all of those, every one of those are quality of life issues, is what makes a community. And I know the tough job that you have, or you always have, to try to make money stretch and to look at it. Absolutely, Project Access is a wonderful, wonderful program. There are people that don't receive health care. There won't be enough money in Project Access to provide the health care that is needed, but it is making, significant progress. And certainly, the hospitals, the entire community benefits from that. Is Project Access more important? That's not a judgment call that I would want to make, and I know that that would be, difficult to do. But I can tell you that in my opinion, the child care issues, the quality of life issues, the public safety issues, those kids won't have a chance to have health care if they don't have safety, if they're not well cared for and well taken care of. So that doesn't answer the question.
No, it doesn't.
But they're all equally important, and they are quality of life.
You can answer, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I see no one else with questions. Thank you for coming down. Next, please.
My name is Donna Graham, and I also want to speak to this business of the after-school and recreational programs in the summer, and I especially want to speak to the campfire budget. I will leave the specifics to Barb Dubovich, but I know you're looking at a supplemental request, as we just heard. I want to tell you my own experience with the difference in our program in our church once Campfire took over. Thanks to you folks and your predecessors and to the mayor and his staff, several years ago we combined our forces and we provide Central Lutheran Church for free, and you provide some money to hire Campfire people to take care of the kids in West Fairview who otherwise had no access to any kind of after-school program without crossing the highways. This has turned out to just turn the program inside out and elevate it amazingly. We had tried to do it with volunteers a couple days a week. We had kids with no other place to go. Once Campfire professionals took over, you should come and visit what these youngsters, I'm showing my age, what these young adults do for these kids. It is absolutely beautiful. It's ordered, it's planned, it's enriching, it's delightful, it's healthy. And I just wanted to show up tonight to applaud them. I have no official title at my church except that I'm a volunteer, but I do have a title that I would share with you that I'm very, very proud of. Many of the little kids, especially the little kids who have English as their second language, call me Grandma Donna. And I just am very proud to have the help of Campfire with our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone with questions. Thank you for coming down.
My name is Vivian Mendenhall, and I'm going to change the subject a little bit. I do approve very much of art programs for children and others as well, and critical after-school care and access to health care. However, what I want to talk about is bear problems and wildlife in general. I have a PhD in zoology. I've lived here for 25 years, and I worked for 20 years with an agency in wildlife management as well as volunteering in various capacities. We've had a serious problem with bears in 2008, and it tends to be overlooked now, but we also had fatal moose attacks in town in the past. I'm glad that Parks and Recreation is proposing an item in this budget to fund action on bear safety and that the mayor supports it. I support the funding, and that's probably all you'd like to hear tonight anyway. But the proposed specific staffing, in my professional judgment, will not be a very effective way to improve safety with regard to wildlife. The proposal is for a seasonal supervisor or 2 seasonal rangers to manage the bear problem. And I'll give you my reasons. Right now, we, meaning the Muni, are encouraging more bears in some places and more people in the same places. And that's not a very good way to continue with the problem. For instance, we need to keep bicycle races off prime bear trails by planning ahead with good information. We need early review of plans for new trails, land use planning, even specific development from experts on bears and other wildlife ahead of time. We need timely opinions of experts in state and other agencies on how to reduce the problems, planning ahead. These kind of actions are municipal policy in several plans approved by the Assembly, but they're not being done. And the reason is that there is nobody to arrange that kind of expertise. The Muni needs a qualified biologist on the staff year-round to identify problems, get information, and cooperate and liaise with other agencies. I agree we might still need to shoot bears or moose sometimes if there are conflicts with people. But I could only agree with that if the Muni has done its homework, has regular expert information from biologists of various agencies, including its own, on plans and permits, and the problems are still persisting. I would add the biologists in other agencies here that I've talked with would welcome more frequent liaison at an earlier stage in municipal plans and developments and regular cooperation, not only when something blows up and somebody gets badly hurt or killed. The cost, I realize, is always a concern. It's already in the budget. A wildlife biologist, too, with the state gets about $43,000 per annum. The feds at a GS7 level about $50,000.
Ma'am, I'd actually ask you to conclude in about 10, 15
okay.
seconds.
Since part of the duties relate to planning, as is envisioned by the policies in Parks Plan and Anchorage 2020, among other places, I would suggest that some of the funding could come not only from Parks and Rec, but also from other departments, and that with proper planning ahead, you might only need 1 ranger on the ground during the summer carrying a shotgun. And when talking with Dr. Selcraig,
Ma'am, again,
I provided something, I wrote up something that I would like to provide you.
Okay, that would be great. But before you do that, Dr. Selcraig has a question, and others may have questions.
When you spoke with me, you suggested that one of those positions actually be a biologist. Isn't that your recommendation?
That's my recommendation.
And so this evening you prepared, because you're familiar with the field, you prepared a job description. Is that what you intend?
I have a draft job description. It's not
to pass on to and so the recommendation would be to pass on to the Parks Department that when they, assuming they get that position, or those 2 positions, at least one of them be a biologist that has the skills to address wildlife issues. Is that what you are proposing?
That's correct, and that it be a full-time year-round position, not, seasonal or half-time or something.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are very good questions, and that helps clarify what you're doing. If you want to come and give those to the clerk, she will distribute those to the Assembly. I don't see anyone else with questions, but thank you very much for coming down. And I think from your button you're here for Campfire, and I neglected to ask with Campfire, are there others that haven't spoken that are here in support of the Campfire? All right. We've had 2 speakers.
I'm the last to testify.
All right. Good. Thank you.
Excuse me, my voice is a little scratchy, so I apologize. My name is Barb Dubovich. I'm the CEO of Campfire USA. I thank all of the Assembly members for this opportunity this evening. I'm just going to try to speak to the S budget. Our understanding is there was an additional $25,000 included. We had prepared possible solutions for a wide number of children in Title I schools all throughout Anchorage. We serve youth in 9 different Title I schools here in Anchorage, 6 of which are licensed child care programs before and after school, and 3 that are in the Fairview District, well, 2 in Fairview District, 1 near North Star School, and the other in Tyson School up in Mountain View. And these are programs that are currently in operations. They are staffed. We have the capability of enhancing those services for families that are struggling with that care and their ability to pay. We have, within those, without opening new programs, we have that capability of enhancing what we currently have in place and serving more families. We had put together a request for $120,000. We had understood that maybe there was $100 that was being worked on. Today we understand that there's $25,000 allotted. And so we too, as with all organizations and entities, will struggle with how one makes those work. And I too am in that position of saying, and where would you like me to not serve the kids? So we're all in those places of trying to struggle where the priorities are. I would respectfully request that any additional dollars that may be available are made available for these families who you will least hear from, who are the most vulnerable in our community all across Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, and we have some questions. Dr. Selcraig.
Would you just list very slowly the amounts? I believe you had several items, and could you list slowly the amounts in just a sentence describing what the activities are?
Sure. For $8,000, we'd be able to add a staff position at our Tyson morning program. That's in Mountain View. That would add another 10 children daily throughout the school year. For $65,000, we'd be able to provide subsidy for a minimum of 50 youth in low-income areas all throughout Anchorage in Title I areas.
And would that be for before and after school?
Before and after school. For $30,000, it would fund 2 positions, one at Fairview and one at Lusac Manor. Those positions each represent 10 youth. And for $17,000, we'd be able to enhance our summer hours by 2 hours in the summer months, and with that, allow us to be able to serve an additional meal to youth in those community center programs by providing a lunch through the children's lunchbox.
Approximately how many youth do you serve? Do you know?
That would serve approximately 40 youth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know, I think we're still in deliberations, and I appreciate the work you've done, and I think everybody here tonight is hearing how critical everything is before us, and I think it's helpful for us to understand specifically what's in that $100,000 and try to think about how to at least make a portion of it whole. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would extend our programs.
Wait, ma'am. There's other people going to ask questions. So
okay. Sorry.
We'll give you a chance to answer questions because you might get all the things you need to say out in answering the question.
Thank you.
Osiander has
Thank you.
So basically, you're already operating Campfire in all the Title I schools and many other schools throughout the school district.
No, there are Title I schools that do not have services.
But the request that you're putting in is only for some specific Title I schools that already do have.
Correct.
I have some familiarity with Title I schools and the criteria for setting Title I schools. And my experience was there are a whole lot of schools that just almost meet that. They almost are poor enough or almost have enough free and reduced lunch to qualify. I'm also a strong supporter of Campfire, and during the years that both Ms. Drummond and I served on the school board, we strongly supported the free use of the school district buildings for Campfire. Mm-hmm. I do have a little bit of a problem with this particular amendment, and it's not through lack of support for Campfire in general, but it's more for this point that Dr. Selkirk brought up earlier, in that I would prefer there be some criteria or winnowing process rather than ability to advocate for a particular site. I know of families in my district that are desperate to have before and after school care. And approving this at this one location isn't necessarily going to help them, but I don't know how to do it fairly and adequately. So I just wanted to clarify that which ones are in existence now. How much of a waiting list do you know, for all sites throughout the program?
Yeah.
It's probably at least, used to be, almost 1,000 young people.
Currently, that wait list is probably between 200 and 300. I'd have to get back to you with an exact number in our licensed child care programs. But what we're finding, and I would agree with you, that you will find in all schools there are families that are struggling to try to pay for the services that we provide. Through the $65,000 in subsidy, that could be spread across the board, not necessarily only in Title I schools, but we do have a system for parents to apply for financial assistance. There's ways that they can qualify, and it doesn't matter what school that they're in. And I would agree that there's hundreds of families out there that would agree with you that doesn't matter where I live, I'm struggling. So I would tell you that there's systems in place. The other is that what we're finding with wait lists is that some of the principals are telling us that the parents aren't even bothering because they don't think they're going to be able to afford. We're getting referrals from principals that say, we know these kids are, coming to school at 7:30, they're hanging outside, they can't be in your program. We're trying to do outreach with those, and we're seeking other private funds to be able to assist with bringing those into the program.
Right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk has a follow-up.
I'm following up on Ms. Osiander's question. What's the ranking? How do you figure out what to do next, and what's your process in terms of figuring out what your next step in terms of growth is? How do you establish that?
I don't know if are you asking that question specific to this particular funding or in general?
I think to some degree, my guess is that there's some vetting going on somewhere about what the priorities are in terms of how you spend your money. And I think it would be helpful for us to understand, that process. Because, if you've got a very comprehensive review and you've prioritized, it's not something we need to be engaged in, but we don't ever know that when you come to us, right? It's hard to know how you got here. So in terms of your priorities, do you do an annual review, or how do you figure out what your needs are and what you're going to do next?
Certainly, and I'll try to
briefly.
Very
maybe
briefly.
You can give us something actually in writing or talk to.
Absolutely. In brief, in the programs that we're at, we do annual evaluations and assessments to see that we're still meeting the needs. We collect information from our families. We collect information from possibly the neighborhood, the community, the recreation center, the school principals. When we go to open into new sites, it's usually because we've been asked to come in and take a look at those particular sites. It may be through the administration in the district. It may be through certain families, or it may be through community force. But we go in, we do an assessment to see how are those kids' needs currently being met. Are there other ways we can connect them up with services that are already there? Does it really require a new on-site program coming in? So there's a rather extensive process we go through. We involve community members in order to get to that place.
But in terms of, we just talked about the library having a comprehensive plan. It might be useful if we could find the resources to come up with a strategy that developed a comprehensive plan that dealt with before and after school services and summer services for kids. And I think that's something I'd like to talk with you about over time to figure out how we can do it, because then we would be able to look at that as decision makers and understand what the global needs were and begin to be able to budget around it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with questions, but thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
I would note before the next speaker, you'll get a chance. I see we have some Boy Scouts in the audience, and when we have Boy Scouts in the audience, we actually give them an opportunity to come down and tell us who they are and what merit badge they're working on by being here tonight. So if you all want to come down, introduce yourselves, and tell us what merit badge, that would be great. And we also get the troop leader to identify himself or herself. Hold on, you're going to have some Boy Scouts that are going to shove you out of the way for just a minute, but then you'll be next. If you want to go to the microphone and tell us who you are and what merit badge you're working on. Go ahead and just tell us your name and tell us what merit badge you're working for.
My name is Alex Smith, and I'm working on my communication merit badge.
My name is Evan Wheeler, and I'm working on my communication merit badge.
I'm Brendan Lyon, and I'm working on communication.
I'm Hunter Hill, and I'm working on communications.
I'm Nick Anderson, and I'm working on communication.
I'm Ben Smith. I'm working on communications.
I'm Jacob White, and I'm working on communications.
My name is Jacob Granado, and I am also working on my communications badge.
I am Garrett Granado, and I'm also working on my communications badge.
All right, and if you can, the leaders, if you can tell us where you're from. That was the question I didn't know.
We're from Eagle River, and we are here as Troop 229, and like all the boys before said, we're working our communications merit badge, and we're glad to be here and see how process works of spending our money.
Thank you. And I noticed Richard Whitehead works in our finance department, so we're glad to see that you're volunteering in the community when you're not working for the municipality.
My other hat. Nice to see them.
I thank you all for coming down. Thank you for that pause in the public testimony on the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Being an ex-scoutmaster myself for a number of years, why, it's really nice to see those boys come up here and the great hand that they got from the public. My name is Al Tamani Sr. I'm a member of the Avalloop Council, and I'm here tonight to talk about maintenance. I've tried to outline everything in a simple form for you to compare the funding we have received for maintenance under the proposed budget. And you'll also see in item number 5 that the Council was able to get $40,000 from the legislature to perform a lot of maintenance on this Pedo Park, which was approved in about 1988. And nothing has really changed since that time. It's just deteriorated and deteriorated, and we've been trying to get work on it done. And so we're trying to figure out why we can't get any mowing of the grass. And so I talked to L.V. Gray Jackson, and she got us a summary. And I got some more information today from Assemblyman Coffey. And so I tried to outline here what needs to be done in these parks. And we've tried to simplify that. These are the things that have to be done. And I think we're not asking for a supplemental. We're simply saying that the funds that you're going to use in closing at this statement on page 2, that instead of hiring new people that are going to steer the boat, we would like to see no new hires, in essence, and let's fund more people that are going to row the boats. Because in our parks, as you see on the spreadsheet, there's very, very little money. So I would think that it's our priorities is to get the people that actually do the physical work. That's who we need. And we need funds reallocated from within the current proposed budget by simply not funding those new positions. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey has a question. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
You know, I had a discussion with the administration a while back, Mr. Tamangi, and one of the things I was told is that we budget at the department level, and then they use the funds inside parks or police or fire basically as the administration determines appropriate during the course of the year. And you can understand why the flexibility there sort of is helpful. So we don't budget at the level like the state does, where we say you're going to spend $8.57 on Park A and Park B. So you're not asking for more money, what I understand. You're saying reduce the budget, or excuse me, eliminate those positions and use the money inside the Parks Department, right?
Correct, if that's possible.
Well, it's always possible to not put new positions in place. The question is that doesn't solve your problem unless you can persuade the administration and Mr. Dillon to spend the money there. So I just wanted you to realize that we don't appropriate at the level of, giving the, as you stated on the back page of the materials you handed us.
Well, if we can't get that done, then perhaps a supplemental contribution to the budget earmarked for these purposes would be appropriate.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Osiander has a question as well.
About, I don't know if it was 2 years ago, I think, or maybe 1 year ago, we reorganized. We were told the Park Department was going to reorganize and break into sections, divisions. And the goal was that each division would have its own plan and its own autonomy so that budget priorities and concerns could be addressed within the division. One of the positions on the new list is to have an overseer for all those separate division rangers, the head guy. So that, have you talked to your park division
Yes, we
about
have.
these, and what was the response?
She said, I will turn it in. That's the best that we know. And they're working on it.
Okay.
I guess the biggest point is why are we getting more results at the bottom end where it needs to be? And trying to fund everything on the bond issue for ordinary type maintenance. We need, I think, a performance audit of this department to see what the bottom level of service is and how do we fund that and how do we get efficiency. Quite frankly, Debbie, it's been very frustrating the last couple of years. I myself got a permit year before last to mow that park myself with my garden tractor, and I done that. And it was really interesting to see when that was done, the kids going out there and playing in the park. And since that time, it hasn't been mowed. So I guess my question is if we're not going to be able to maintain or make a better effort to maintain the maintenance on these parks, then what's the purpose of it?
Well, my understanding was absolutely that with breaking it into a division, there'd be more attention to the specific needs within the division. So maybe we can pursue that later on. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Al, I had a question. I looked at these projects, and I've seen them before, but to me, the definition of what needs to be done looks like a capital project, and part of the state's definition for a capital project is that it's a project that's $10,000 or more. So what do you think about maybe a capital request to take care of some of these issues? And I understand that we really need to do some work in this community as far as how we fund operations and maintenance, but in the meantime, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think if you want, would suggest that we send a letter to our supervisor in that area?
I'm sorry? I didn't understand what you just said.
I'm not sure what you are suggesting that we do.
Ask the state.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, what I'm suggesting is we're getting ready to also deal with the capital budget, okay? And so I'm suggesting that because to me, these projects, what needs to be done looks like capital projects. So I'm asking you, would you agree with me that they are capital projects, and maybe we can consider, instead of asking for money from the operating budget, we can consider asking the state through our capital budget process for some money to help here?
Well, I guess it's how you define capital projects. I think it's been my understanding that capital projects does not include maintenance. And so capital projects are usually funded, with bonds, and this is an annual things that they should be doing every day. Now, as far as trying to request the money from the legislature, we might be able to get that, but only for 1 year. Then what do we do next year? Because the problem with this park goes on back to 1988 and 1989. Now, folks, that's 20 years. I mean, for God's sakes, we the neighbors in that area prior to that time worked the city, we worked the state legislature, Senator Fakes, I worked AWWU, to get the money to buy this land instead of going into development. And that was about $3 million that we worked to get. And that was in 1988 and 1989. And we haven't had any improvements since the initial construction of the sedimentation ponds in the park.
Thank you. What I'm trying to do here is to figure out a way to help the situation immediately. And I recognize that it may be a one-time request, but in the meantime, things are getting done while we figure out a way to have it done on a permanent basis. So, Mr. Chairman, if you would indulge me, I'd like to ask the administration what their thoughts are on possibly taking this request, making this request a capital request.
Mr. Abbott or someone else, I will indulge just because we're on a fairly focused area and we may forget to get back to the query later tonight, so I'll have brief indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been reviewing the material that Mr. Tamani. I think there can be a capital project developed here that talks about Abbott Loop, community council area, park maintenance. And I haven't done the totaling here, but it looks like it would be something in the neighborhood of $50,000 or $60,000.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Does that answer your question, Ms. Gray-Jackson? All right. Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, but thank you for coming down.
Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on budget items? If you want to be heard, if you could come down closer to the front so I can at least know who to expect. Anyone else wishing to get heard on the budget? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing on the budget is now closed. Ms. Osiander. Mike, please.
I move to change the order of the day to take up item 14B next.
Which is the Connect View water tie.
Mr. Chairman, just a procedural point of order. You're closing them on all of them. I think you should make that clear.
Yes, the public all budget items is closed.
All right. Thank you very much.
And this was the third public hearing, so the third public hearing on all budget items is closed.
Thank you, sir.
And the reason that go ahead, is there a second for your motion, Ms. Osiander? Actually, Ms. Gray-Jackson, for some reason you're clicked in. We need to clear the board. Oh, am I in the wrong place? Okay. Well, I seem to be. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Move to change the order of the day to deal with item 14B.
And is there a second for that? Thank you. Any opposition to taking up 14B? This will allow people from Eagle River who are here to testify and not have to wait longer for what may be an extended debate on the budget. Okay. And hearing any opposition to changing the order of the day? Hearing and seeing none, we'll take up item 14B, AR 2008-243, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving a water main extension identified as the Connect View Intertie Water Extension and providing for assessment of benefited properties at time of service connection. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come down to the microphone, and if there's more than just the one person who's already here, I'd encourage you to come down to the front so I can identify who's here. And please let us know your name and go ahead.
My name is Linda Kovac. I live in Chugiak, about a mile away from the area in question. Last name is spelled Kovac. On your memorandum for this, I'm stating what it says in here. The water intertie will connect to the standalone water distribution system serving the Connect View subdivision to the AWW water distribution system. The existing Connect View water system does not currently meet fire flow requirements. This project will provide adequate fire flow and improve system reliability. Please note, though, that the AWW water tariff regulations, the definition of a connecting water main means a water main installed for the purpose of interconnecting developed portions within the utility service area to ensure an adequate flow of water under sufficient pressure. Further, the AWW water tariff regulations state that the utility will not levy assessments for the construction of either transmission mains or of connecting water mains constructed by the utility to assure the delivery of an adequate flow of water under sufficient pressure. So I think this regulation was written just for this situation. Why are we even here talking about assessing people? The conditions here don't warrant any levies. I believe that AWW owes the Connect View water system people good and adequate supply of water, but it doesn't owe them that at the expense of the 15 parcels that abut the proposed intertie alignment. Those 15 parcels lying along Armis Drive and Deer Park Drive are not AWW users. They just happen to have the misfortune to be located between a subdivision with piped city water and the Connect View subdivision with a failing AWW water well. Those 15 parcels were never balloted to see if they were even interested in this project, but tonight you're going to decide if they're going to have large assessments on their properties. I hope that you will make the determination that this intertie should be built, but levying assessments in this case is not warranted. I think it's the right thing to do, and I hope you think so too. Also, I want to add that I'm in the Chugiak Community Council, and I got a couple calls yesterday and today from 2 residents in the area, from Judd, a resident on Judd, and also on Connect View. And they both wanted to stress the fact that they do have poor water, and an intertie or something like a new well or something is desperately needed. So I don't dispute the fact that something is needed. Also, the person that called me, Mr. Herrick Holta, H-O-L-T-A, he additionally stated that he was under the impression that a bond had passed about 5 years ago for this project. And I was not aware of that, and I'm hoping one of the Assembly members will ask the question if, in fact, there was a bond that was voted by the community for this project, if any of that money has been spent, and what would happen to that money if this project does not go forward.
Thank you. There's 2 people with questions, so you don't get to leave yet. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
I just want to thank you for coming, Ms. Kovac. I passed out to you the Chugiak Community Council resolution. Ms. Kovac's been active on the board for that community council for a number of years, so if there's questions about that resolution, it might be appropriate to direct them to her. The other thing, Ms. Kovac, if you could identify, you referenced a specific section of code that you thought prohibited or precluded the assessments on those 15 properties. Can you point that out? Is it in this resolution?
Yes, it is on page 3 of 5, okay. And it's the second paragraph from the bottom. And that is Anchorage Water Utility Tariff for Water Service, APUC number 122, number 2, sheet numbers 10, 17, and 155.
Okay, explain to us why this qualifies or does not qualify.
Well, even in the memorandum that you got today, memorandum 680-2008,
yeah.
The AWW is describing this water intertie will connect the standalone water distribution system serving the Connect View subdivision to the AWW water system. The existing Connect View water system does not currently meet fire flow requirements. This project will provide adequate fire flow and improve system reliability. Now, the code, the AWW water tariff, I'll repeat it. It says that the utility will not levy assessments for the construction of either a transmission main or of a connecting water main constructed by the utility to assure the delivery of an adequate flow of water under sufficient pressure. And just, I'll read it again, the definition of a connecting water main means a water main installed for the purpose of interconnecting developed portions within a utility's service area to ensure an adequate flow of water under sufficient pressure. That is, in the Tableland subdivision, they have piped city water. Then you have Deer Park Drive and Armis Drive. These people have large lot, rural area, they're on well and septic, private wells. And then there's the 74, 75 property subdivision that is using the failing AWW artesian water well. So you're connecting 2 developed pieces in AWW and going through an undeveloped piece.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for coming down. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this matter, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Joni Williams, and I'm Block 17 of Bear Park. When we moved out to that area in 2000, we chose to do a well because water wasn't available. You are about to assess my property for $40,000 in my part of this piece of project. You are assessing 15 people $450,000 against their house. So 4 years from now, if I don't connect up to this water, yet you assess my property and I go to sell, that's $40,000 out of my pocket that I don't have. And so I ask you, please do not assess our properties for this $450,000. Thank you.
I see no questions. Thank you for coming down. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Greg Hobbs. I live in the Connectview Estate area. I just moved there 2 years ago. Prior to that, I lived in Northwood Subdivision in Peters Creek also. Both houses had city water. I guess it's my understanding that where I used to live now has piped city water. But at the time, it was on a community well, and when I moved into this subdivision, I didn't have any reservations knowing that it was a community well because the water quality was great at my last house. Upon moving into this subdivision, the first thing was the pressure. I guess that I'm lucky. I live down at the bottom of the hill, so I get better water pressure than most. However, the fire department did come out and turn on our hydrant right out in front of our house, and it did not have adequate pressure to support a fire, to support fighting a fire, to fill a tanker, and nor were the lines maintained because of that lack of adequate pressure. So we have a fire system that's not maintained. We just had a fourplex out in the Peters Creek area burn practically to the ground and displace families as a result of not having water. This is a shame. It's a health and safety issue also. Two, a friend of mine, he's sick today. He was going to be here, lives right next to the well. His faucets in his house froze up due to the molybdenum in the water. When he draws his not his hot tub, but his jacuzzi, there's a gray sheen on it. It makes you question how healthy is this water. I don't have my filter with me here tonight, but I swear it's the brown color of my shoes. To say that this water is adequate from a public water supply, I would truly question that. I cannot drill a well on my property easily because it was set up on a community water system. I have a septic. Also, all my neighbors have a septic on half-acre lots. So if we all wanted to drill a well, that might be pretty tough to do. The other thing is, I agree with the folks on the Deer Park Road and the Armas Road. This pits neighbor against neighbor over a quality of life issue that 15 people are put in a position of no choice. And yet 73 people have been led to believe that they would be on a city water system. And I guess I support what they are saying. Let's figure out a way to do this without unfairly assessing folks that had never planned on this happening. But I am for the well. We need it. There's a lot of health and safety issues. And from an environmental standpoint, one thing I think is weird is that for all our water pressure issues, at the end of the cul-de-sac where Mr. Holta lives, there's a little shed that they actually turn the water on every spring so the system doesn't freeze up. So gallons upon gallons upon gallons of water run out. And to me, it is such a waste of a resource. I know we got a lot of water up here, but it is a waste of a resource, and especially when we have such a poor well. So I ask you to try to figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Krieger. Thanks for your time in this matter. I am a resident of Connectview Estates. I've lived there for 11 years, which is a long time. The majority of the people in that subdivision, the 73 households, many of them have moved on, so there are probably only about 10 of us who have been there for over a decade. So I think that's important because many of the people in our subdivision are new to what's going on. I have tried to work with AWWU for the past 11 years. what I'm finding is information goes to a select few, and everybody doesn't necessarily know what's going on, which is extremely frustrating. So I feel like my neighbors on Armis and Deer Park, I feel like we're pitted against each other. Some people get information, some people don't. You had an assembly meeting last year where you met with people from Armis and Deer Park about the assessment issue, but we had no idea that that meeting ever happened, so we couldn't tell you about our issues in Connectview Estates. I do want to tell you that we have a terrible water problem. Many times when water is used more or whatever times of the day, my PSI can be 8. The minimum from AWWU should be 40. And so that's a huge issue. That means water's trickling out. So that's a concern. I did bring my filter for you. I had my husband go down into the crawl space. We change this very often. This is the color of our water. So if you think this is healthy, then think again. I'll let you pass it around.
If you want to just walk it.
If you're afraid to touch it, that's what we're drinking every single day. So the issue of health is huge. That hasn't been sitting in our house for a year. He just pulled that out. We change it every month or 2 months. We probably should be changing it on a weekly basis. I had a number of people call me before I came here and said, do you want to bring my water filter? It weighs about 100 pounds. We just removed it. I said, no, don't worry. I'll have Bernie pull ours out. We have a health problem. We have a problem with quality of water, not having the pressure for water to come out, and then there's safety issues because none of the hydrants work, and they have never worked. I don't know what more I can do to convince people that we have a serious problem that is not going to go away. That's too bad.
I'll give you about 15 or 20 seconds.
I just wanted to say I also am very concerned about the people in Deer Park and Armis. There has to be some equitable way to figure out how to make this work. So that's what I'm asking you. We need water. We can't keep waiting. This can't be passed on, oh, let's look at it again next year. This needs to be addressed for everyone.
Thank you.
You can keep my water filter.
Next, please.
Mr. Clayman, Mr. Chairman, just for the information of our guest, Mr. Primo has your filter.
We're going to let Mr. Primo keep the filter.
I think you should send it to AWWU. There you go. There you go. Well,
Mr. Flynn, it always helps the audience, although the Assembly is all familiar with who Mr. Primo is, it always helps if you let the audience know who he is, too. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Again, I'd like to thank you for hearing us today. My name is Jackie Brisky, and I am from Deer Park. My assessment, my husband and my assessment is $19,432. When AWWU brought this issue to us 2 years ago, my assessment was $18,000. So it's gone up a little bit. When they brought it to us in 2006, they simply brought it to the Deer Park subdivision. We were not aware of the situation in Connectview. We were simply told they were connecting tablelands with Connectview. It does appear, as one of the other speakers said today, that they are trying to pit one subdivision against the other. And we are all neighbors, we have large lots, but we all want to get together and get along. We are concerned about our neighbors' health and safety, and certainly the water filter looks worse than my water filter. I'm on a well, and my water filter is brown if we don't change it every couple of months. But I'm on a well, and I love my water. I have no intention of hooking to city water. In fact, I filter the city water at my office because I don't like the taste of it. I am concerned, though, that there are just a few people that are being asked to pay for this intertie, and that just simply is not fair.
So I ask the Assembly to take a look at this project and see if there's not another way that it can equitably be split among those people that are going to benefit. As I understand it, in 2006, when it came to the Assembly kicked it back to AWWU and said, you need to find a different way of assessing it. From what I can see, they have done nothing different. It's being assessed the same way. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you for Mr. Flynn. Did you have a question?
Just a comment, if I may offer to our guest. Just for information, ma'am, one of your Assembly representatives, Ms. Osiander, has worked diligently with AWWU to try and find a way to do this assessment process differently. Unfortunately, despite a significant amount of effort by AWU staff, they were unable to come up with one that we as a body could agree would work better. And me in particular was kind of a pain in the butt on that one. She didn't like me very much. But I want to let you know we have those words did not fall on deaf ears, and that effort has been undertaken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that wishes to be heard on this matter? Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Teresa Fitzsimmons, and I live in Connect Vista. I'm actually here on behalf of my neighbors. I'm not one of the homeowners whose land AWWU wants to cross. When I bought my house, the fire hydrant across the street worked, and now it doesn't. There's no denying the current water infrastructure in the subdivision needs to be upgraded. Above any other reason is the need for working fire hydrants. However, there must be either a less expensive method of upgrading or a way to pay for the plan AWWU wants without levying our neighbors and placing a lien against the sale of their house. There has to be alternative methods of achieving these goals besides the plan AWWU is pushing. They've resorted to scare tactics by telling us that this is our only means to accessing city water ever. And I believe AWWU is unwilling to come up with another plan because their plan, as it is, benefits them. AWWU is placing the burden of capital investments for these improvements on a select few homeowners while ensuring access to new customers and long-term financial gain. If the current plan goes forward, the only effect it's going to have on me and those closest to me is that our fire hydrant is going to start working. But on some of my neighbors are going to pay up to $50,000. They already have their own wells. It isn't going to benefit them anything. That's all.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, but thank you for coming down. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Trish de Montfort, and I'm the unfortunate one to be assessed the most for this at $54,000 because the water line will run down the side of my house, which on a road that wasn't even there when I moved in 25 years ago. And I have to say that 20 years ago or so when Kinnick was built, we actually, and as a subdivision, fought that property as being too small of lots, and some of the issues with access, and we knew there was groundwater problems down there because we have suggested to drill another well. And 2 years ago when I was here to testify, AWWU said that there was groundwater problems and that they couldn't drill another well. And so I have lived with this problem, and we had asked them for larger. I love Tablelands. It's a beautiful subdivision. It's nice big lots like our properties are. And I would just ask you to consider, we want our neighbors to have good water. Actually, my property goes, the water tower and the pump station for that system is at the end of my property. I mean, it's across the street, but I've actually called numerous times calling AWW with issues with that water system. I'll call and say, water's running out of there, possibly somebody wants to come and check it. So I want my neighbors to have good water because I think good water is one of the basic requirements of life, but I don't feel that I should be assessed $54,000 to get them their water that should have been. I get more water out of my private well, and I don't have a filter. I have wonderful water, and I have 60 gallons per minute well. So I don't need to hook up at all, but I want to see them have water. So I would like to have my neighbors to have water, but I would not like to pay upwards of $54,000 to give them that water. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for coming down. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Don't wait too long or I'll close the public hearing.
Hi, my name is Oris Tarkach, and I live at Connect View Estates. I just have a couple concerns. Safety is a big issue for me. We don't have pressurized water hydrants, as has been mentioned. The fire department is a fair distance away. We're probably the furthest away because we're closest to the inlet. So the time it takes for the fire department to respond to a fire in our section, then they run out of water. They have to go all the way back up, hook up to a fire hydrant to repressurize and repump their pumps, fill them back up, only to come all the way back down, and by that time the house is burned down. So that's a concern for me. The second concern is our community is serviced by this artesian well system that are run by pumps. Based on the information that was provided to me from AWW, the water content with the higher mineral content, manganese and things like that, are extremely hard on the pumps and the mechanism that provide the delivery of the water to our system. And it's a high maintenance issue, and my concern is down the future, if the pumps quit working, some catastrophic event happens that basically interrupts the water supply, well, what are we going to do then? We're going to be back to the position that we're at now. The intertie that would hook us up to a main water system would avert this whole situation. So those are my concerns. Fire issue, protecting the household, and if the pump goes down, we're talking about 74 households that are going to be without water, and we're going to be back to point A. Where do we get our water to take care of those people?
Thank you. I don't see any questions. I think there's at least one other one to testify.
I may be the last one. My name is Nelson Pretty, and I live in Connect View Estates as well. I'm closer to the inlet than Orest is, so it's going to take the fire department that much longer to get to my house. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the fact that my laundry turns brown. I'm concerned about the fact that my dishes turn brown. She mentions her filter. Yes, that's concentrated, but you can still see it even without a filter. We are all neighbors. I'm sitting next to a lady who's going to be assessed $19,000 if this goes through, and my heart goes out to whoever's going to get assessed $54,000 or anybody getting assessed with anything for this, particularly in light of the fact that those individuals getting assessed really are not going to directly benefit from this. If we can put man on the moon, and we can all be in here tonight and talk about this as neighbors and friends, certainly we can come up with a valid solution that doesn't tax those who are not going to be benefiting directly from this. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing on this is closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second for discussion.
We're moving to...
All right, Dr. Selcraig, you're first in the queue for discussion.
I'd like Mr. Primo to give us a presentation on this. I've spent quite a bit of time asking him some questions. And
through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, I'd like to make some introductions as some information is being passed out. What is being passed out, for the record, is an invitation to a public meeting on November 5th, 2008, dated. May or may not reference that, but more importantly is a one-sheet, both-sided background on the AR 2008-243, which we tried to summarize all the work that's been done on over the last couple of years at a high-level summary, so the Assembly, to refresh their memory, might have some idea of where we started and where we came to, without any opinions. Also with me tonight,
excuse me, Mr. Primo, do you have a handout that you could share with me? Here it is. It's coming. Okay, thank you.
Also with me tonight, in case there are further questions that I cannot answer, is Mr. Kurt Voss, who is Director of Engineering for the utility, Brian Boss, who is head of the assessment division for the utility, and Mr. Terry Bryan, who is president of the First American Title Insurance Company, in case there are questions regarding the lending institution and title insurances. This is also part of the group that was with you for your work session. Without getting into too much detail on what was just handed out, going right down the list of questions that I understood that I heard in the testimony that I thought questions would be brought to, I just take them right off the top and see if I can answer them. First and foremost, we don't have an answer to the residents either in Connect View or along the intertie route for what the needs are. We do have a tariff. We do follow the tariff. There is no way to provide subsidy in our system for individuals. I think that what's most important to understand is this is a levy upon connection. We can talk all night long on we want what's happening to the liens on the houses, real or phantom liens, or executed by the banks or not executed by the banks. That's an issue between the lending institutions and the homeowners, although it is driven by our actions. There's no question about that.
Mr. Primo, let me do this. I know that Dr. Selkirk asked you for a presentation, but I actually think there's a fair bit of familiarity on the assembly of the levy, and what I would ask instead is, I'll give you about 30 seconds to conclude your general remarks, and then I'll let Dr. Selkirk ask you what a question she has.
Right. Mr. Chairman, if you give me about 4 minutes, I could answer all the questions raised.
I know, but we're going to let them ask the questions, and you get 30 seconds.
I have no summary then.
Thank you then. Dr. Selkirk.
Well, I've spent a fair amount of time talking with you, and I know there's an extraordinarily big concern around the issue of assessment. And so what I asked you about is actually from your experience, it's my understanding that the assessment doesn't occur until a property owner decides to connect to the service. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, that is correct.
But the problem lies with the lending institution that is aware that that potential assessment exists. Is that correct?
That is the concern of the property owners and also the concern of Assemblymember Osiander.
And what I wondered when I spoke to you last was, well, okay, I just happened to have a house that my parents sold that was not on city service. They did not, and it was in one of those situations where it could have had an assessment. And they didn't hook up in like 1963, and they have great water. So the house sold, and actually it was no issue at all. The bank didn't care. They tested the well, and as long as there was a good well, there was no issue. So the assessment was not levied at the time of sale, and it wasn't a problem. So I wondered how often this occurs, and when. And so could you speak to the kind of what percentage of properties, and can you explain a little bit about the number of properties that actually experience the assessment and why they might experience the assessment?
I cannot speak for the lending institutions, but our research conducted over the last 15 years, when we look back into it doing the work the Assembly requested us previously, we can only identify approximately 7 out of 724 lots that had a levy upon connection assessment on them that did not connect, that the lending institution did require the escrowing of fees. So it's 7 out of 724, or about 1%.
And you said there's somebody from the lending institution. Maybe we could ask questions to
yes,
him next.
Mr. Bryan is here if you'd like to call him up and ask him questions.
Could Mr. Bryan answer?
Actually, Doctor, what I'd like to do, I
I
understand that, but we've got other people in the queue, and I'd actually like them to get through before we get.
Okay, I guess I'll get back to that.
I'm happy to come back to them, but let's.
And I have one more question for Mr. Primo. So the history of this is that there's a safety concern in terms of fire, and there's a water quality concern, and that you are responding to a request. Is that correct?
That is also correct, and it's also what we try to do for all our customers, no matter where they are in our service area. If there's a deficiency, we try to correct it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Could you respond to the specific concern that came in that citation of your tariffs that seemed to preclude assessments that Mr. Kovac brought up?
Do
you have that in front of you? Do you need
No, I don't, Ms. Osiander, but I think I have it pretty well memorized, more or less.
Okay, go ahead.
The key terms in the provision that was read to you was transmission mains. In transmission mains, we do not allow direct connections to. That definitely happens in 21-inch pipe and up, sometimes in 16-inch pipe and up, depending upon the pipe material, the topography, and where it's going. This is a 12-inch pipe. This is an intertie. This is not a transmission main. So that particular provision of the tariff is not applicable. There's a definite difference between a transmission main where service connects are not allowed. The Eklutna water transmission main, the loop water transmission main, we do not allow connections to those large size diameter pipes. This is not a transmission main. This is a smaller diameter service main.
I got it. Mr. Primo, I have also heard from people in the community that said, well, when we bought our house, we set aside funding for this connection to city water. And I called you earlier and I asked you to research that. Is there any fund that was set aside by the property owners for connection to city water?
Not that we can identify, and we did conduct that research yesterday and the day before.
All right. I was also told that there is a federal grant that AWWU received that was designated to be used for this particular project. Is there such a grant?
Not a federal grant, but there is a state 50-50 matching grant. It's on the back side of the piece of paper we handed out underneath project funding of $1.3 million, and that's a project-specific grant. If it is not used in this project, we'll have to go back to the authors and the appropriating source at the state level and ask for it to be
Right.
reappropriated.
I remember asking for that grant.
Right. So that is the grant, and that is used in the, and then also in the project funding, you can see how the project is funded, where the sources of funds are, and how that relates to an actual assessment.
Okay, I'm sorry. You caught me. I've got to read that.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Mr. Primo, if this wasn't labeled an intertie, but let's go back that the water at the end of the street there was being run down there, you'd assess the other residents of that, wouldn't you, if you were running, sort of new water down there?
You're talking about the Connect View residents?
Yeah.
If the Connect View residents were not customers of ours, there would be an assessment. But the Connect View residents are customers of ours, and we don't assess customers. Just like the Anchorage Loop water transmission main, we've spent near $80 million.
Well, here's the
no
logic.
Getting assessed for
I
that.
appreciate that. The logic is in that statement of this is AWU's customer, our customer, if you will, and we can't provide them the service. So you've decided to upgrade the line to provide that core group service. And that's where I'm saying is you have a deficient system and you're upgrading it. So you've labeled it sort of an intertie with the requirements that as it passes by these other homes. But, you're basically putting a bullet line in there to keep your other system up to standards of AWWU and the life safety and all the other things. So, can it be called something else and be done for some other purpose, such as maintaining your customers?
I don't think so, sir.
Why do you call it an intertie?
Because that's what it's doing, sir. It's intertying two specific points on the geographic base.
Is it a systems upgrade?
It's a system upgrade for Connect View.
But you can't assess them because you're already applying you bought the system for $100,000 and now it's failed and we have to
That's correct,
do this
sir.
upgrade.
We bought the system in '96 for a little over $100,000.
In that logic, I can understand these folks. Do the residents along that main line, that transmission line, do they benefit other than the Connect View?
The people along the intertie line benefit by the definition of the tariff.
Is there a bond? Was there bond monies? There was a question that this was a bonded act, a water system upgrade or some other infrastructure bond in the past. Was there one? Does somebody else know that?
I am not aware of any bond being sold for that. I would have to go back to the '96 records and find the source of funds for the $109,000 that was originally paid for the system. Without doing the research, I would suggest was probably equity funding at that level.
Mm-hmm. What if we find a funding source after we do all this? If there was such an interest.
I'm not sure what difference that would make to the conversation we're having right now, sir.
Well, there's additional funding dollars out there. You wouldn't have to tax the project at the level. Your funds would be reduced.
Let's look at it from this angle. If we only charge luck rates, which are directly related to the cost of the project, or the actual luck rate for the areas we've talked about before.
I know that one.
If the project cost went to zero, it was totally contributed, there would be no cost to assess. So if by chance there was a complete funding of the project from non-utility sources, there would be no utility money involved in the project, then there would be no money to assess.
Did the AWW upgrade their water line main down, say, Arctic Boulevard when it ripped up that street? Did you guys come in and do that?
I don't believe we did water, but I know we did sewer.
Okay. In those cases, then the businesses on either side of that street with that upgrade to provide that infrastructure upgrade to your systems, those folks, for example, in that didn't get charged the luck rate then, right?
They were not charged anything because they're original customers of ours, and once you're customers, improvements that we do, you're not assessed for.
All right, Mr. Coffey, is that all, Mr.? I'm sorry. I heard a pause, and I thought you were done. Mr. Coffey, let's try to move this along.
Thank you, sir. I was conferring with my colleague. Mr. Primo, on your handout, I had two questions. You say you'd take a statutory change for AWWU to say, to the extent that assessments become liens or are viewed as liens by lenders and title companies, you'd have to change the statutes, or is it change the tariff?
I believe you'd have to associate that with state law because you would have to be in a position to regulate the lending institutions to tell them what to do.
No, I'm talking about you, AWWU. If a person is required by their lender, which you're telling me, that's my second question, you're telling me none of them are requiring it, here in the green part of your deal. But if they were, could you say, we will subordinate, you view it as a lien, we'll subordinate to your deed of trust for the purchase?
I would ask Brian Boss to come up and talk to that. I think Brian's got the specific information.
The chairman's already ruled on that. If you can't answer it, we'll save that question.
He's my staff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's a different person.
I'm sorry.
Quickly, Mr. Boss, this is not the banca. This is the AWWU.
I understand.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, actually, I didn't quite understand your question.
In the handout, you have it?
Yes.
It says here, if you wanted to change the order of the priority from a lender's perspective, they want to have a first mortgage, first deed of trust, right?
Yeah.
If they view your estimated assessment as a lien that has priority over their deed of trust, they're going to require the seller or someone to pay that down.
What the lenders want to do is they want the buyer and seller to address the assessment in some way.
That's right.
What they're trying to do is make sure that they protect their loan, essentially be in first position.
I understand that. So my question to Mr. Primo, and it's the same one to you, is can AWWU sign a subordination agreement that says our lien or our interest in having an assessment when they hook up is subordinate to your mortgage? Mr. Primo's handout says
no,
you have
to
modify the statutes.
Actually, state statute says we are in the first position. State statute puts the assessment in the first position.
I understand that.
Okay.
And but who holds the value of the assessment, the state or AWWU?
AWWU.
Yeah. Okay. If I'm first in right on a mortgage, I'm top. I'm first in time, I'm first in right.
Right.
You're first in time. You come in ahead of the mortgage. Mm-hmm. Right? Why can't you subordinate?
Typically, when a buyer and a seller, when a property is sold, what will happen is the lenders require the seller to sign an affidavit saying that they'll basically take on that escrowed assessment. Essentially, that question's never asked when a property goes to sell. I mean, there's certain ways that lenders handle this issue, and it's recommended by a title agency.
Well, there's ways we've done it all along, and this is a lot of time we've spent on it. I'm asking you if there's a way around it by subordination.
We looked into ways of we actually did look into putting ourselves in the second lien position, and there were issues associated with that as far as other taxes within the city. It would be a state statute change. If you're putting the assessment in the second position, you'd also have to put other taxes in the second position.
Well,
it's complicated.
Thanks.
Right.
We're not getting anywhere with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'd like to try to move this along. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Primo, something you said sparked my interest. You said that if there were no utility capital funds involved in this project, there'd be no assessment. So I assume then that means the assessment is based on the $1.2 million of AWU capital funds, not on the total $2.5 million of the project cost.
Almost correct. Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez. There are two ways in which a project will be assessed. It's the lesser of the assessments. One way is the actual project cost, square footage divided by cost, or the luck rate, whichever is the lower rate. These calculations are based upon the luck rate because that would be a lower assessment to the property owners than the actual project cost.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Osiander.
Not a new problem. This First, I've been involved in Chugiak Eagle River matters for about 25 years, and when I first started getting involved, there was this exact same problem along Eagle River Road, and Senator Phillips, when he was in the legislature, tried really hard in Juneau to get some things changed about this, and with some limited success. These lending institutions that say no are saying no now, partially because of the work that was done then. However, not all lending institutions are on this list, and some do require, is my current understanding. But regardless of that, we have spent a whole lot of time on this body looking at this problem. We have had multiple work sessions. And basically, the body decided no change. We weren't going to change to what AWWU recommended to us was the best approach because it was too expensive. And the rationale was it was too expensive and it benefited a limited number of people. I have to tell you that particularly in my district, there are pockets of severe water problems everywhere. There are sections up Eagle River Road where folks have a holding tank to hold water, and they have to drive down and get a pickup truck with a bladder and carry their water back to their house because they don't have water. We have situations like this one where there's sediment and low water pressure. We have little pockets all over the place that are problematic. We also have new development infilling on existing large lot homes. I absolutely do not believe the numbers that AWWU has presented to us on the long-range impact to the number of properties and the number of citizens. And I absolutely believe that the current LUC system is not fair. This particular situation, these 15 property owners it is an assessment. It is on your title that you have this obligation to deal with at some point in some manner. I want to get them water, but I don't think it's fair or just to get them water at the expense of putting this on the 15 property owners who happen to live adjacent to the intertie line. I'm going to urge against this, and I am also going to commit, and I have committed now to my neighbors, at least 6 of them, that I'll do everything I can to try to get this problem resolved in other fashion.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Birch.
Through the chair to Mr. Primo, is the Assembly empowered to characterize this as instead of a water extension, as a connecting water main wherein levies would not be assessed?
That's a good question. I've never thought about that with Mr. Birch.
The answer would be yes.
I would suggest the answer would be a correct technical answer, and you'd have to make that argument in front of the Commission. We would be hard-pressed to make that argument in front of the Commission as a body. Well, as a body being the utility because of
it strikes me
looking
at the submittal that we had earlier this evening regarding the AWW water tariff. It appears to me that this, in fact, is a connecting water main, and if I'm reading this correctly, and I don't know, you can tell me if this is incorrect. It says the utility will not levy assessments for the construction of a transmission main or a connecting water main constructed by the utility to assure delivery of an adequate flow of water under sufficient pressure. And if you've got 2 systems, you're connecting the systems, and it does not seem reasonable to me to impose the burden on the people that happen to be the misfortune of being located between 2 of your systems and being saddled with this cost. And I guess my intent would be to amend this resolution in front of us to define, instead of a water extension, call it what it is, which is a connecting water main. And I just wanted to affirm that in fact would negate the ability, not only, as I understand it, the people that were along that connecting water main would not be entitled to hook up to it. Is that correct?
I would suggest that if that was the Assembly's intent, that the Assembly should pass a resolution to that intent, not specific to, not this resolution. This is different. This is a levy upon connection. But if there's a resolution drafted to call for that from point A to point B to be a transmission main, that there will never be any connections allowed to that transmission main, we would more than graciously file that with the commission and look for their determination.
Okay.
But I would not make that determination as general manager.
Oh, okay, and just if I might follow up, these people need to have a resolution. Is it possible to do that? Is this connection, is that going to happen in the dead of winter?
If that's the desire of the assembly, we can bring that back at the next meeting or a later meeting. It would not be time critical, in my opinion.
I'm looking at constructability. This isn't something that's going to be built in the next few months. So this is like a next summer project, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, I got
We're
you.
not time critical on this.
That's correct.
Okay, so as a body, we could elect to postpone action on this for a month or 2 months, and it wouldn't affect what you're doing at
Well,
NHW.
no. Time critical, in my mind, means a couple of weeks, sir.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Go ahead. Are you finished, Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I think we need to pursue that. It strikes me in looking at what was provided earlier this evening is that that's actually what we're looking at here. I mean, I think you've got people in between your two systems that are plenty happy with the systems that they've got and the wells they've got and the water quality they've got. And it just doesn't seem reasonable to saddle them with the cost of this extension. And so I think if you can characterize it as a connecting water main, I think we're good.
Through the chair, Senator Birch, if that is the desires of the Assembly, my suggestion is that if we do it, the Assembly does it, prior to the middle of December, because prior to filing with the Commission, we would take it back to our board and get their concurrence. I think that would only be appropriate.
All right. Before I call on others, because there's several in the queue, and I really want to move this along, because we have a number of budget items we need to get to. Mr. Primo, I have a couple of questions, just to make sure I understand. If I'm if I'm one of these 15 property owners with a levee pond connection, and my well is working great, I don't pay a dime. Is that correct?
There would be no payment to the utility until you requested services and received the services.
So if my well is working fine, I don't want to connect to this pipe, I don't pay you anything.
That is correct.
All right. And if in 50 years my well is still working well, I still don't know anything.
That is correct, Mr.
Then
Chairman.
if 60 years from now somebody buys my property because I'm 6 feet under, and they then want to connect because they've decided the well has gone sour for one reason or another, what they're going to pay is the $20,000 figure that was on this roll today.
That figure will not change. It'll be the figure of today.
So it doesn't get increased. It's not adjusted for inflation or anything else.
That's correct.
It's a fixed number. And so, and then with regard to the people in the subdivision that are getting the water, because they're already on the service, they're not assessed anything because they're plugged in.
That is correct, Mr.
All right. So that although there is a levy, as long as the wells are working well, they're not paying anything. And that could go on for 1 year. It could go on for 100 years.
That is correct.
All right. Those are the questions I had. Dr. Selkirk, did you have any questions?
I'd like to follow up, actually, at this point with the
Oh, yeah, the bank guy.
thank you. Is he here?
Yes, he's here. And from the bank.
Following along Mr. Clayman's description, assuming that Mr. Clayman owns a piece of property and he's decided to sell it, he's got a fair price. Pardon?
Tell us your name first,
Oh,
and
I'm
then I'll
sorry.
get her question.
I'm not the bank guy. I'm a title insurance guy,
Thank
and
you.
I brought my own water.
Thank you very much. So, and your name is?
Terry Bryan, President of First American Title.
Mr. Brand, thank you. So, assuming Mr. Clayman came to you, he has a buyer, he's got a good price for the property, the well has been working, there's no problems, and he would like to sell, he wants to sell the property, what would your typical response be? I mean, would you require that he would automatically have to connect to the water system if the well was functioning and there was no problem?
I think the difficulty is not necessarily in the lending. It's more, as I believe Mr. Coffey understands, it is the insurability of the position of the lien or insurability of the position of the lender in a scenario. If I'm lending money, I want to make sure that I'm in first lien position, whether there is an assessment, a pending assessment, or a potential assessment. There's a potential placement in the lien and the priority. So I, as a title insurer, will not insure the lender that you are in first lien position. I also is providing a title policy to the owner that can live 40, 50, 60 years and will have that same policy for an average price in the state of Alaska for $900. I will guarantee that owner they are in first position. If an assessment is made, I, by state statute, am required to protect that borrower or to protect that lender. I'm not willing to ensure that he will never charge and place an assessment at any point in the future.
I understand that structure, so I guess I'm trying to understand.
I don't care if he sells it or not.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, looking at the 724 lots, only 1% was that. 72 lots. No, 724 lots. I think it's the second to the last bullet. In the 15 years, only 1% of those assessments were escrowed.
Correct.
With connections, so there must be some discretion. People must be looking at lots and saying, well.
Without question, and a buyer can purchase a lot and they can accept, I'm purchasing this lot under the understanding there is a potential and pending assessment somewhere into the future, and you can leave that on a policy and place it as an exception, and I will give you an insurance policy and leave the exception that lien will still be there, or that potential.
So is that usually how it happens? It looks to me like, I mean, if there isn't a problem, between the buyer and the seller, and there's agreement and there's a well working, is that usually how it happens?
It's usually part of the buy-sell transaction where it will be accepted from the policy because it's accepted as a risk for the new buyer.
Okay, just having sold property myself, that was my experience. It wasn't. I didn't. Even, this was before I knew this much about it. I've asked a lot of questions about this, and my sense, and now I'll just kind of move to comment rather than question. My sense is that if somebody has a functioning well and a good house, and they sell it, the buyer is going to want to buy it, and the buyer is going to know. If the buyer doesn't want to hook up, the buyer is going to be willing to basically say, I take responsibility for that assessment, but it doesn't have to be paid up.
That would be correct in a cash transaction where the buyer is bringing their money to the table. If a lender is involved and the lender may not be willing to take that same risk and be accepted off, so if there's a $40,000 potential assessment out there, the lender very unlikely is going to say, oh, here's the money, we'll risk the $40,000.
Well, I'm just looking at the numbers. It looks to me like lenders are doing that. I mean, it looks to me like...
That is not correct.
Yeah, I don't know.
That is not correct.
Mr. Primo, how do you explain these 724 lots?
The individual who did the research will answer it for you.
They did research and allowed them for the exception of the policy. I just
wanted to see.
I didn't answer the question.
Excuse me.
Don't go back. Don't go away because you've got more questions coming.
We're not saying that the title companies aren't looking at this assessment. We're just saying that they're allowing those assessments to be passed on. The 724 lots were the lots that were sold, and the assessment was escrowed and paid off, but after the sale, they connected, which leads us to believe most of them were buyer-seller agreements.
But wait, I don't quite understand. So you said two things there. The first thing you said is that of the 724, what happened?
Over the last 15 years, we have found that 724 lots have had this estimated assessment escrowed, and then they connected. 1% of the escrowed amount did not connect, which means 1% of the lots out there had this dollar amount escrowed. It was paid off to AWW, but there was never a benefit made. No one ever connected to the main and got water.
Okay, so what you're saying is that people actually connect at the time of sale?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I misunderstood it then. All right, thank you.
Which leads us to believe those were buyer-seller agreements, or wells had failed, so they needed the water, and they connected to it.
Thank you. What I find is that this is very difficult, and I think, I can appreciate people's positions.
May I respond?
Hold on, just a moment. We've got others in the queue, so there's going to be more questions. You may well answer the question. You may get your point into answering someone else's question.
That's fine, and I'll come back.
So, Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I thought we were under debate, so I'll wait until the questions are done.
All right. Mr. Coffey, questions? We are
I
technically in
don't
debate.
think it's frequent, because of if this statistic is correct. It appears to be resolved mostly by buyer and seller. However, do you know whether or not a subordination by AWWU would enable you to write a policy ensuring title in favor of the lender? No. I want the title company answer. I don't want.
I have never seen a subordination from a government entity identifying it would be subordinated. If it came forward and it met the terms of a traditional subordination, I would take it. It would be removed from the policy. The lender would loan the money, and they would move forward.
Thank you.
With the appropriate acknowledgments from the buyer that it has been subordinated. It potentially could be a part of it, yes.
No, I understand. And you'd probably have Brian Merrill take a look at it before you did it and so on. But
2 times.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue. It's been moved. I don't hear anybody wanting to make amendments, so I will ask people to vote. A yes vote will approve this levy upon connection, as it has been extensively discussed. A no vote will not.
Or we're
I would
postponing.
like the chance to speak if I could.
Oh, well, that's okay. We'll take it off the chart. We were in debate. It's been moved and seconded, so we've actually been in debate for quite a while.
Well, we kind of went back and forth between questions and debate.
Questions and debate.
Well, but, we have been going with questions. We have been making questions, but go ahead. State your speak.
I just have, I wanted to share with the Assembly, I do have the intent to write the resolution that Mr. Birch suggested to come forth at our next meeting.
All right, Mr. Birch.
I'm suggesting a no vote, yes.
I'm voting for it. I'm going to vote for it. Somebody.
I guess my intent would be to, do we need to just come forward with another resolution, maybe through the chair, Mr. Primo? Would that be preferable? I think I understood that when we talked earlier.
If that is the intent of the Assembly, I would want clear direction, and I would suggest that, you have MOA legal and maybe even ourselves offer some advice.
Yeah, because these people need water, and these people don't need to pay for water they're not getting. So I think if this sounds good, I will be a no vote on this, and I think that's. Or do you want to postpone it?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Mr. Primo a quick clarifier on that point?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
So, Mr. Primo, Mr. Coffey just came to me and suggested that maybe it would be better to postpone this matter until the resolution is approved or disapproved by the body. I had thought that a simple no vote on this would open up the avenue to do the resolution. What would you suggest?
If there is a no vote on this, it would be my understanding, and I would look to the clerk to verify this, that a no vote would basically remove this, and we'd have to start all over.
I understood, but if
you postponed it, took no action tonight, and then brought Mr. Birch's resolution forward, and based upon that, either passing or failing, dealt with this resolution subsequent to that.
But earlier you had stressed that is an independent item from this particular proposal that's before us.
Correct. Mr. Birch's is a resolution redefining a definition, in essence.
Okay, what I'm trying to find is where the two would meet, sir.
I don't believe they would ever meet, ma'am. I believe this is an action to levy an assessment. The other action is a proposal to redefine a definition, to request the utility take it back to its board and to the commission to see if they can get approval of this line being defined as a transmission main versus an intertie.
So
I understand it correctly, Mr. Birch.
So then if I'm hearing you correctly, you would recommend that the body decide what to do with this one and then just move on as a separate matter, decide to do with the next one?
No. My recommendation would be to deal with Mr. Birch's resolution first. If Mr. Birch's resolution passes, I would put this into limbo or fail it. If Mr. Birch's resolution fails, then you're going to have to deal with this on an up or down vote, I would suggest.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just also, I'll make a quick statement and then a question for Mr. Primo. I would support, I think, postponing this temporarily pending a resolution for Mr. Birch and I presume Ms. Osiander on this to rename this. The question Question I would have for Mr. Primo is if we reclassify or rename this or call it something, it's not a motorcycle, it's a two-wheeled motorized vehicle. You say you're putting in a 12-inch pipe. If we rename this a transmission main, you still going to be able to put in a 12-inch pipe, or are you going to put in something else? And what effect will that have on the cost of the project and the impact on the ratepayers of AWWU?
That's a very good question, Mr. Gutierrez. If this is put in as a transmission main, not an intertie as designed, we will keep the same size. There's no reason to add cost to the project. The project should be designed the most cost the way it should be. The amount of money that would be collected through luck rolls, as it is set up right now, will be spread out across the rest of the municipality and be collected by ratepayers. So it'll go into rate base and have that net effect on whatever incremental value into rates that it is.
So the rest of us are going to have to pay to benefit these properties.
That is correct, Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay.
Yeah. The other thing too.
Hold on. No. We need to move along. So he's asked you the question. You've answered the question. Mr. Gutierrez has the floor.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
You had me, then you lost me. All right. The purpose of a luck assessment is that if an adjacent property owner chooses to connect to this intertie, they have to pay those dollars. If we call this a transmission main, no one's allowed to hook up to it at all, per your rules, right?
That is correct, Mr. Flynn.
And if we call it a connecting water main, do you allow anybody to connect to that?
I am not familiar with the definition of a connecting water main. I term things as transmission mains or interties. A connecting water main sounds to me, it looks to me, and feels to me like an intertie.
Okay, so in other words, no one's ever going to hook into it if we change the definition of it, and therefore there is no cost that anybody would have to pay for.
That's a real interesting question. You know, a 12-inch line people can hook into technically,
but
technically
if we define
it's feasible.
Something else.
Right.
I mean, if the rule is that nobody's allowed to walk across the street on Thursdays, and we call Thursday Friday, then they can walk across the street. But if we call Friday Thursday, they can't, right?
Objection.
I mean, see, getting to the point of this debate, Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to postpone this for a week so Mr. Birch and Ms. Osiander can lay a resolution on the table that asks the RCA whether we can reclassify this thing as something other than what it actually is in order to assuage the concerns of the landowners who are not slated to tie into it. I'll tell you, I'll support it if you want me to, but I think you're making a bad decision because someday you might want to tie into it, and if we call it something that says you can't, then you're going to be back before us asking us to change the definition again. Maybe not you, maybe your kids, or maybe the people you sell it to, but I'm willing to do it if it makes you happy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just support the motion to postpone.
There's no motion to postpone on the floor yet. Dr. Selcraig, although, okay, go ahead, Dr. Selcraig.
Well, we've expanded this conversation significantly, and I'll tell you, I won't be supporting it. It seems to me what we're doing is we're coming up with a fix to meet a specific situation that we will be faced with over and over and over again, and we have an entire water system to be thinking about. And I mentioned this before, you know, at one point I lived next to Northern Lights Boulevard. There was higher costs for me in terms of sound and noise, but that's what a community is about. We pay higher points or higher amounts at different points along the way, and we have an obligation to the whole system to make it work. And I'm telling you, I'm glad to work on legislation that protects people in terms of those assessments. I'm glad to work at the state level. I'm glad to do a lot of things. But I'm not interested in going in and tinkering with how we structure our water system around one specific issue because it is too important. It's a central utility, and I think we have an obligation to call things what they are. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think it's fair for people who've come before us and people who will come after us. We have rules and structures that are out there for good reasons, and we ought to call things what they are. And so I will definitely not be supporting this. I think it's not the way to solve this problem. And I also truly believe that in most situations, people, when they go to sell their properties, are not going to have a major problem with this. And I also know that those people who are sitting along that water line on wells right now may, in 15 years, have a well problem, and it's going to cost you $50 to drill a well. So, basically, this is designed to serve that area for the next 100 years. And I don't think we should be tinkering with the system. So I'm strongly against the idea of bringing this back.
Okay, there's talk about postponing action, and so I know there's two people in the queue, but I would actually at this point ask for a motion. If there is going to be a motion to postpone, I'd ask someone to make that motion, and I'd ask for December 2nd. I don't want to put this on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So moved by Mr. Birch. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, that's just a question for Mr. Primo. Is December 16 tolerable?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, the motion is for December 16 and seconded by Ms. Osiander. All right, is there any opposition to postponing action on this till December 16? If there is an objection, okay, I'll put it on the board. The motion, what is on the board, a yes vote, postpones action on this until December 16th, which will give Mr. Birch and Ms. Osiander almost a month to get a resolution in front of us.
Or another solution.
Or whatever. Or a purple elephant. It calls Thursday, Friday. And a no vote means we're going to act on it tonight. Please vote. The motion to postpone passes by a vote of 8-3. And because it's been postponed, we don't have to discuss this anymore. We're going to take 5 minutes to just stretch our legs, and that's going to give me a chance to confer with those who want to bend my ear for a minute about how we're going to proceed from here. Let's return. We're going to come back till the side. We'll postpone it on the 20th. Ms. Drummond, I would ask you, we're back in order, please, everyone. Please be quiet and return to your seats. Ms. Drummond, I would ask if you would make a motion to change the order of the day with the sequence I just handed you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up 14K.
Start at the top of the list. The right list.
Okay. 9D12, 9D15, 14K, 14L, 14I, 14H, 14G, 14E.
Ms. Osiander, come back, please, because we're taking up these 9 items that you have opinions on. Yeah, I'll bring it down. Can you pass me?
Yeah.
Is there any opposition to changing the order of the day as articulated by Ms. Drummond? Hearing and seeing no opposition, we are changing the order of the day. The next item is item 9 Delta 12, which was brought up earlier, the Fire Department funding request from the consent agenda. Ms. Osiander, you had some questions, and are you comfortable moving forward? And you recommend a yes vote. I see 3 people in the queue, but I think that's from the last discussion, so I'm taking you all out of the queue. I don't see anyone else in the queue onto 9D12. I'll ask if there's any opposition to approval of 9D12. Hearing and seeing no opposition, that is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 9 Delta 15.
Oh. Mr. Chairman, point of order. Did you have a motion to approve?
Actually, 9D12, it was on reconsideration.
Which was approved. So it's moved to approve.
So that's right. I apologize. I'm rushing too fast. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. We need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Click your button, Mr. Coffey.
Well,
we'll get it straight.
I can't. Let's see. 12D. I can't. It's not ready yet. Okay.
Who was the second? Ms. Osiander, I believe. She'll get you. Okay, moved and seconded. There's no discussion. Any opposition to approval of 9D12? Hearing and seeing none, that's approved unanimously. That brings us to 9D15.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Anyone, seeing no one in the queue, any opposition to 9D12? 9D15, I'm sorry. Hearing and seeing no opposition, that is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 14K, as in kilo. And the public hearing on item 14K, AR 2008-263, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $250,000 from the Alaska Natural Gas Development Authority to the State Grants Fund 231. I'd be happy to hear a motion to waive reading.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much.
Move to approve.
Hold on. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to approval of item 14K? That item is approved unanimously. That brings us next.
Point of information?
Yes.
I apologize. When you reordered the agenda, did you deal with 14C because the applicants are here?
14C is not on the list.
Could I add it if there's no objection?
Let's get through this first and then we can add it.
Thank you.
Because we're on a roll.
Thank you.
Item 14L, AR 2008-265, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting and appropriating grants of $637,000.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. Public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll ask if there's any opposition to approval of item 14L. Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 14I. And that is AR 2008-257, a resolution appropriating $1,165,124. Thank you very much. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to approval of item 14I? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 14H. AR 2008-256, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $106,280. Thank you. The public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to approval of item 14H? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that item is approved unanimously. That brings us next to item 14G. Number AR 2008-255, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $383,000.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. The public hearing in this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that matter is approved unanimously. That brings us now to item 14E. Echo. AR 2008-262, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting the 2009 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, which
waive reading.
Thank you very much. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to approval of item 14E? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that is approved unanimously. That brings us next, Ms. Osiander, you wanted to move to change the order for 14C, I believe?
Yes, sir. I think it's fairly non-controversial, and the applicants are here.
Same move. Go ahead and make the motion.
Move to deal with 14C at this time.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to change the order today to take up 14C. Any opposition? Hearing and seeing none, we're on 14C, AO 2008-106, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 0.99 acres. Thank you. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come down. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Just to speak to real quickly, there's generally widespread support for this. The applicants are here if there's any questions anyone has.
I don't see anyone. Oh, we
Those
have
are
questions?
the applicants.
You don't need to say anything unless people have questions.
We look good.
Sometimes silence is the best answer. No one has questions. I will ask if there isn't any opposition to approval of 14C. Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. Okay. That gets us back to the budget.
What happened to 14? Oh.
So, thank you all for patiently waiting through lots of public hearing to be able to answer our questions. Our first item up is 13A, and I would defer to Ms. Gray Jackson as chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. What is your wish? Microphone, please.
I turn it off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move to substitute and approve AO 2008-102S.
Is 102S what we were handed out tonight?
Yes.
It's actually
There's
AM
a memorandum that says 2008A, and the ordinance 102S is behind it.
So it's 614-2008A.
Actually, it's the ordinance that I'm moving, because the ordinance 2008-102 is what we have before us.
You're right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think what was handed down, to clarify, what was handed down at the beginning of the meeting was Assembly Memorandum 614-2008A, and if you turn one page back, you'll find AO 2008-102S, and that's what she's moving.
I don't see it. It's behind the AM.
Oh. Yeah, I know, but let me find mine.
Where is it? Under?
All right, let's everybody find it.
We're looking for it.
It's behind the AM.
Behind the AM, but where's the AM? Is there another copy available?
Do you have another copy of? It's coming.
Well, we all just had it.
I got it. Thank you.
We found
Mr.
it.
Clayman, help me.
Okay. I had it.
Mr. Clayman. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me with
I just wanted to make sure I had it.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded, 2008-102S. Ms. Gray Jackson, if you want to speak to do you want to speak now or hold till later?
I'd like to say a few words right now, Mr. Chairman, so thank you very much. Anyway, I want to thank my colleagues for participating in the work session last Friday, and unfortunately I had to participate by phone, which kind of made it difficult, but nevertheless, I was there. And I also want to thank my colleagues for following the process, because it certainly makes things easier for us and for the public. I believe that the amendments that are set forth in this S version, they really do represent an essential use of tax dollars that actually enhance the overall quality of life for the citizens of Anchorage. And the good news is that this is occurring, or if we approve it, without increasing the mayor's budget, his proposed budget update to the 2009 budget. We all recognize that there are lots and lots of needs in this community, but we simply don't, at this point in time, have the funds to cover the cost of what's needed in this community, and that's really unfortunate. Now, what I'm about to say, I'll preface it with the fact that I'm not an economist, but I've been working with budgets for a whole lot of years. And I believe that when we get to first quarter, which the process starts actually in February, and then we act on the budget in April, things will change because they always do. And one of the things that I believe is going to change is the CPI. the predicted CPI for our budget, which affects how much money we can bring in, is 3.2. And I personally believe that it's going to be higher than that. And I'm not a fortune teller, so don't hold me to it, but that's what I believe. And when that occurs, when we go through that process, the folks who were here this evening can always come back to us and restate their case, and we can review it and have another opportunity to provide more help and services to for the needs in this community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I have a few amendments, and I don't, through the chair, Ms. Gray Jackson, how do you want me to handle those?
Thank you for asking, Mr. Starr. I would like for you, there are 4 sheets, I believe, and I think it might be easier if you dealt with each sheet individually, if you move each sheet individually. Thank you.
Good, thanks. I think there's actually 6 sheets. Actually, I'm not positive. You may be correct. I have one more to pass down. If we can start with that one, it's easy to refer to. On the primary document you were working with, it's going to be page 8. Page 8 of the S version, as submitted, lines 100 and line 101.
Okay, I'm sorry. These are getting passed down, and these are all handwritten, Mr. Starr?
Just the one is. I'm sorry. The first one is essentially it's a new one from over what was submitted earlier, but it's to correct an issue here.
Okay, so what we should have in front of us is we should have printed documents that are star number 1 through 6, and then the handwritten document star number 7.
Right, and right now I'm moving the handwritten one.
Okay, so it's star number 7 is the first motion.
Correct.
All right.
And I've noticed that specifically shows up in the S version on page 8. So I'd move to delete lines 100 and line 101.
So line 100, OECD, Arisa Parks caretaker, 1 seasonal, 960 hours. Is that correct?
Yes, and line 101, same position, different time of year. It's actually for the Eagle River service area.
Okay. All right. Moved and...
Just a moment, sir. I'm
Yes.
still looking for it.
That's fine. Let's everybody find where we are. It's the last of the horizontal pages. Page 8 of 8, line 100 and line 101.
Yeah.
And the intent is to...
Hold on. Let's everybody get in the same place.
Okay.
And it's been moved by Mr. Starr. And do you have a second yet? Is there a second for Mr. Starr? Mr. Coffey's seconded.
Thank you. And this is really, what's the question, Barbara?
Oh, press first motion. And
This one,
Coffey seconded.
Basically, there's already 2 positions in the budget as approved on 09. These are going to be 2 more, and that's not the intent of what we're after. If we approve the 09 as it was approved in 08, it'll be adequate funding. These are additional positions over and atop the 2. We don't need them.
I'm going to ask.
All right. Dr. Selkirk.
I have a question to the administration.
It'll be Mr. Rada. He's here.
Is Mr. Rada, wherever you are. Hello. Thank you. So, Mr. Rada, are we really talking about 4 new positions this year, 2 from last year and 2 from this year? Is this 2 additional on top of the 2 that were identified last year?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkirk, I'd also like to have a clarification because I just want to make sure that our total body count is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
And if I could get a clarification, maybe from Sharon or from somebody, Wanda, do you have a personnel count? I just need to see what total personnel count is. I know what we're looking for, but I'm a little confused. I want to make sure that Mr. Starr and I are on the same page when it comes to actually what I need in the positions. And if there's a rollover, I want to make sure that it's in place. If it's not in place, I do request the 2 seasonals. If they are already included, I do not need those 2 positions.
So
you need 2 new people this year, and if it was approved last year,
Correct.
you don't need to go up.
I need to make sure that those 2 positions are rolled over and included so that my count is correct for meeting our needs. Bill raised a question, earlier, and the more I thought about it, I need to make sure that I understand this as well. It sounded confusing to me. Should have been. So it has carried over. Okay, so this does need to pass.
Ms. Phillips, if you could use your mic.
Yeah, please.
If these are the 2 positions that were added in first quarter, then you would need to move again on these 2 positions in order to carry it forward. So it wouldn't be 4, it would be 2.
These were added a year ago, not first quarter.
Then this would be on top. I'll check the system.
And it's
if I can.
page 25-3 of the approved.
Just for clarification, if I can take a look and see what Wanda has, I'd be glad to answer your question. But right now, I'm not sure how to answer it, to tell you the truth. I just know what I need, and I want to make sure it's in there. Thank you.
Thank you. The body count's 40 as we did it a year ago. So you're going to be 42 if we go up, and that's.
I need a total body count of 50.
You have
That covers all the positions, all the needs, all the seasonals, all the regulars, all the part-times. I have it down to exactly what it is. If that counts there, I'm happy.
Okay, you'll see. You'll let her see that if you're so inclined. I believe.
Hold on. Let Ms. Phillips look. What's that? You want to come back to this one?
Could we come back to this? Would that be possible? Could I have?
I think that's fine. Mr. Starr, why don't you go to star number 1, and we'll come back to star number 7.
Fine.
So the chair will rule that we're postponing action on star amendment number 7.
Works for me. If everyone has their amendments, there's now amendment number 1, which is as printed. Do you want me to read it or move it, or how would you like?
Go ahead and move it, please.
I move amendment number 1. It's reference star number 1. Reduces the overtime budget of the APD by $1,025,000. Directly reduced in property taxes.
All right. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Dr. Selkirk, were you in the queue for this or something else?
I think did we get the answer, Claire?
No, we don't have an answer.
That was my only question, and I'm waiting for that answer.
All right, we will take it. We're on star amendment number 1. I don't see anyone else in the queue that wants to speak as to star amendment number 1. So I will put this on the board. All in favor?
Wait.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd push my button. I had.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
I spoke to Mr. Abbott about how we do this. We budget by department, and they spend it inside the department. There's no guarantee that this will reduce the budget, the overtime budget, by $1 million. But the problem that we seem to have is that we keep overspending on overtime. We're at $5-point-something million this year. The budget, the formula was 4. So I don't know how else to do it, but the way Mr. Starr has done it is with how many more people, Bill. I think there's the talk. You gave me some hours about how many more people we'll have on the street, and we're funding those, and we've just got to get a handle on this overtime. It really, really kills us. It's time and a half, and somehow you got to give some instructions to them to be more conscious about how they spend that. And with additional personnel, I would hope that they could have the opportunity to do that. And Bill, I really would like to hear those numbers on additional personnel again and what it means for cops on the beat.
I know, but I just want to make
All right. Was that a question for Mr. Starr?
Yes, it was.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Sure.
Respond.
There'll be 33, and as the chief points out, that's their burden on overtime isn't specific to police officers, but that seems to be the focus on what we're trying to do. And there's a report on your desk as well that shows the top 50 earners of APD. And I guess, as much as we can keep that in confidence, it's public record, of course, but that's not the intention, is to name names, but it's to illustrate the amount of overtime garnished by the top 50. Again, there's a lot of factors that play into that, but we see about with the actions of the increased staffing just over 67,000 additional man-hours are provided to the police department through what we've already done in the 09. 67,000 additional man-hours. That's about 8,300 eight-hour shifts that the police department will now have already with that. And when we see, record and historic overtime budgets, something's got to give. We're putting it out there in a lot of different capacities. So I won't speak to that. Those are the numbers that you asked me to provide. And again, I think it's a prudent discussion, especially knowing the history of the overtime, which went from $2 million 2 years ago to 4.1 last year. And again, we've exceeded that. The first quarter budget report's showing we're upwards of $5 million. But third quarter, we'll see that exceed again the 4.1. So, my interest is to bring it down. I think the additional staffing is going to provide the relief to those top 50, and it's prudent and better money spent than, as Mr. Coffey recognizes, the 1.5 doesn't quite give you the full FTE. So,
all right. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn is next. I will remind the body that at our retreat in September, we kind of came to a general effort when we were debating these that we would limit our discussion per person to 2 minutes and try to only click in twice, so we don't spend. I understand. Mr. Flynn, go ahead. I'm just reminding folks. I'm exercising my reminder power as chair. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Someday I hope to possess the reminder power too, sir. I guess my understanding of how the functional result of this amendment, if I understand correctly, is that we basically make an unallocated reduction in the police department budget of $1 million, $225,000. Okay, Chief Hume or somebody, could you sort of talk about how you might manage that, please?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, thank you for asking the question. Let me just say right out that overtime is a fact of life that we have to deal with public safety. And this amendment reflects the notion that increased staffing of our sworn force, as Mr. Starr and I talked about, should directly diminish overtime. That doesn't necessarily happen. Actually, the increased staffing of officers eventually results in us having more people available, in this case for a patrol shift, that we go with the 33 that you're addressing in this particular amendment. And that does result in having to call in less people for call-in on our patrol shifts. However, those extra bodies on the street are generating a lot more work for our non-sworn. And if you let me continue, I'll clarify that some more. Our call-in overtime for our non-sworn has decreased on patrol, but it has generated more overtime for our support and technical staff. As we continue to grow, we see increases of overtime in some areas. This non-sworn, for instance, is support and technical staff. New officers and more officers on the street, with the growth of a sworn workforce, will increase the need for more reports, more arrests, more evidence processing, and in particular, all of our non-sworn technical support folks bear an additional overtime burden. I can tell you I have the numbers right now, and there's this year so far we've spent $611,000 on our non-sworn call-in for that type of support, relative to about $129,000 for our sworn in that particular one area. End of shift overtime. Put more cops on the street. Because more officers are there, more reports are being taken, more arrests are being made. Comprehensive cases cannot be stopped. However, they just can't stop at the end of the shift. And like all the overtime at APD, overtime requests have to be approved by supervisors and justified. Court overtime. Again, you're going to see a rise in overtime initially when we put more people on the street, because as those arrests are made, more tickets are written, there's more of a demand for people to go to court. And we have 2 shifts that work outside of a day shift. So there's only 1 shift that's on day shift, and they have to break from the street to go to court while they're on that day shift. So that generates overtime. Another consideration is training costs. Recertification for the types of responsibilities that we have, we try and do as much of that on shift as we possibly can, but we can't at all times. And when people are off at the range, or when they're doing full days for recertification in certain disciplines, we have to actually backfill, which means call somebody in to take the place of that person who's recertifying. Training is a discretionary decision on my part, but all it takes is one incident where we are charged or we lose a suit for negligence or failure to train, and that could wipe out my entire overtime budget. So we have to be very careful in that, and we take it very seriously. Finally, organizational growth also increases the cost of holiday pay, which is presently coded as overtime. So when you look at our overtime, you also see, for those 33 folks that we may hire, there also is holiday pay that's included in there, and that's coded as an overtime. That reflects on that. So even when we consider the 33 officers hired over the 2 years, there's going to be an increase of overtime attributable to holiday pay, maintaining certification levels through training, 33 more officers generating more reports, making more arrests, processing more evidence, and finishing up case investigations at the end of their assigned shift. So how does this impact our operation, and how would this cut that Mr. Starr has suggested impact our operation? You know, at APD for 2008, overtime is projected to be about 5.6 of our overall cost of budget, which is $96 million. We manage overtime, broadly speaking, into two main categories. And for those of you who went to the work session, Mr. Clayman, you may recall, we broke it down to discretionary and non-discretionary overtime. And that's split pretty even right now. We've expended $2.48 million in discretionary overtime and 2.48 in non-discretionary overtime, 2.41 in discretionary overtime. Non-discretionary overtime are things that we have to do, and we have to do it on an overtime basis, such as responses to homicides, sexual assaults, traffic fatality call-outs, SWAT call-outs, things like that that we can't predict will happen. The only way we can predict them is to base it on what's happened in the past. Discretionary overtime are those instances where we have more flexibility as to when and whether to commit to the overtime. We prefer to plan for prevention through the discretionary overtime in hopes of reducing the non-discretionary response overtime through the implementation of certain strategies. And for example, in 2008, you may be familiar, we ran the zero tolerance detail. That cost $132,000 in overtime. The downtown foot patrol, which was $156,000 in overtime. Ongoing DUI details and seatbelt enforcements, which you people deal with all the time. You see, that cost us $387,000 in overtime. And then we had gang suppression and interdiction initiatives, which totaled so far $445,000. Right there, that's a total of $1.12 million. Those are initiated actions that we have to do outside of regular shift hours and regular ongoing investigations. You know, they're all integral parts to our...
I'd actually ask you to try to wind up pretty quickly, because we've got...
They're all integral parts to our overtime strategies, and they're working. You know, we're down to 9 homicides thus far this year. Last year at this time we had 23. We also have cut fatality accidents by 58%. And I'd ask anybody sitting up there, when was the last time you heard of a violent gang confrontation or any kind of gang violence? So my point is, if you cut this money, you cut my discretion to prioritize what we think are true public safety issues. We're accountable. We track the overtime. I invite anybody to see what we do at our biweekly staff meetings. And overtime takes up a big part of that. We're tracking it. We've got it itemized, and that's an open invitation.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig, you're in the queue if you've got a question. I'll put you back at the end of the queue because...
Super quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, you actually had the floor. I'm not... So, Dr. Selcraig, you're after Mr. Flynn. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
I get excited to hear Dr. Selcraig speak, too. Chief Hune, of this list of 50 of the highest overtime users, are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay. Are all of these sworn officers, or are some of these non-sworn staff, too?
Some of them are going to be dispatchers.
Dispatchers. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Hune. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Selcraig.
I'm appreciative of how complex it is to have this multi-layered system, and that you've got support staff and new staff. And so one thing is I'm hoping that that the support staff needs of the new sworn officers actually become institutionalized, so that we're not just adding officers, but we're also adding the support staff, so that we're not putting you in a position where you have to do overtime for for this increased growth. So I would look forward to a kind of the increase in terms of fixed jobs that are required to support that new body of sworn officers.
Ms. Selcraig, through the chair, if I can, we're very conscientious of that. We're also, before we go and we come to you folks and ask for more support staff, we want to make sure we maximize our technical ability, or technological abilities. We want to make sure we're being efficient. And sometimes it's like juggling Jell-O, because I can sell sworn officers, I can sell police officers to the public and to you, because police officers are very sexy politically, and they're very, and they go down very
Right.
easy to the public. Whereas to try and tell you that I need property and evidence clerks, that's a little bit harder sell.
Well,
So that's
I think,
the situation
I think
we're
if
in.
you present it to us, it's either property and evidence clerks or it's overtime. I think that it would be, we'd remember this conversation. I would like to see it kind of integrated so that we're not doing overtime. The other thing is that I don't plan to support this tonight, but I do want to make a comment about it. I was here last year when we talked about police overtime, and I'm a big supporter in making sure police and fire and our men and women who are out there risking their lives have good pay, that they're safe, that they have good retirement. I'm really committed to it. But I am very uncomfortable with, when I look at the figures and when it became apparent to me that the way the overtime works is that those people who are the highest paid have first grabs on the overtime. And I'm hoping that the police department itself and the men and women there themselves will come up with a resolution that doesn't put us in a position where we feel like we're kind of being gouged. And that's how I feel. I feel like that it's not only being gouged now, but it's positioning people for retirement for a long time to get above and beyond what one would naturally expect getting. So I'm hoping that as we negotiate in the future, that can be solved. And I think there's good models in the fire department. There's a clock model where everybody gets a shot at it. So I'm hoping that there'll be some discussion in the department about that, because if not, I think you're going to have trouble with us. It's hard to justify the structure that's there now, and looking at specific people making a whole lot of money on the overtime. It doesn't look like it's getting spread out.
I'm sensitive to that. That's a function of collective bargaining.
I know that
and
is,
very
but I'm
sensitive to
telling
that.
you, I vote on those collective bargaining things. I'm a strong supporter in collective bargaining. I'm just letting you know, as somebody who really supports policemen in that process, it's an issue, I think, for me and probably others on the body.
Since I've moved over to the dark side from when I was the union president, I've become very sensitive to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was only going to comment that one of the metrics that we use here to evaluate the overtime of this department and others is the percentage overtime makes up of their total department spend. And as the chief mentioned, it's sort of a challenging number to get your arms around, but APD in 2009 is more than a $100 million enterprise. That is obviously, it's by far our largest department in terms of both dollars and personnel. As Rob mentioned, this year the budget's just short of $100 million, and the anticipated overtime spend's about $5.1 million. That makes it just about 5.8% of the total department spend is on overtime. As a rule, I don't think that's an exceptional amount given the type of work that APD does and the conditions under which they operate and the lack of control they have over in many cases, the timing of the services they're forced to provide. That would be a high number for the finance department or for employee relations. It would not, in my opinion, be considered a high number for a department like APD. So I encourage you, $5.1 million is a lot of money, and I'm not suggesting otherwise. But as a function of an entire $100 million enterprise, 20 years ago, that was the entire city budget. Now it's just one department. And as a function of that, $5 million, given their function and the conditions they work under, that's not a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Well, you can look at an object or a picture from a variety of viewpoints. And I have to tell you, when I got this chart that showed individual names, and I see people who are making more than their regular salary on overtime, it makes me gasp. The number one thing I want to see changed in the contract is the seniority gets the overtime. That's a really big deal. I am frustrated, and I don't know how to deal with it. Mr. Starr is attempting to deal with it here. I don't necessarily think that's the right way to go, but I have to tell you, I echo 100% the comments that Ms. Selkrig made, and I have historically been very supportive of negotiated contracts in the police department, but
Through the chair, if I may respond, Ms. Osier?
This is a debate amongst the body,
Gotcha.
and I want to keep us going. If there's questions, I'm happy to let people ask you questions, but I'm going to keep it in the debate. Ms. Johnston.
I was a little confused when it sounds like as we increase our department and the matrix, we're going to increase overtime. But it also sounds like some of our pass-through grants, like the seat belts and the sobriety, that when we authorize that, we also make a huge impact on overtime. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, when you authorize that, that's counted in our overtime. 25% of our overtime expenditures this year is reimbursable. So you're seeing, when you see my overtime budget, you're not taking into consideration, or maybe you are taking into consideration, sometimes it gets lost, that 25% of that gets reimbursed to us.
Okay. I wasn't as aware of that. Thank you. The other aspect, how much of this is non-patrol or clerical, again?
Right now, when we say, through the chair, Ms. Johnson, when we say clerical, we're talking about support also.
Support staff,
technical staff, right? So far this year, about 611,000 of it. That's when we have to call people in on overtime to staff the property room when we have a drug bust and they have to come in on overtime to process the evidence and things like that. Also for dispatchers, also for records clerk, as more reports are being generated. Don't forget, we're also increasing our calls for service as the population calls us more. Population expands, we get more activity in dispatch also.
So we are kind of getting to the point where we were last year when we had this huge overtime budget because we didn't have enough police. We're probably getting that place as far as support staff. Am I correct?
You're going to hear, we're going to justify at the appropriate time when we need that support staff. As I mentioned before, right now, as Mr. Starr said earlier, getting those boots out there, getting those people on the front lines has been our priority.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, just briefly, and I think that Jennifer touched on it, is that we've grown that. Chief talks about it as reimbursable, but Ms. Phillips, the budget for this year is $4.1 million, and you showed me additional spending authorizations that the Assembly's done throughout. So we approved $4.1 million. What actually is the budget as the contributions were added by this body throughout the year? So, the definition of reimbursable isn't necessarily it because we've actually grown the budget. This body's grown the budget on the overtime.
Through the chair, that is correct. There was about $1 million added in the grants as they came forward and were approved. That budget was increased from about $4.1 million to about $5 million.
Yeah, thank you. And my take here, guys, is to reduce the property tax burden of that. The grant phenomenon happens every year. So when I want to take the budget down to $3.3 million, it's likely, as historically the grants benefited, the chief's budget on overtime is going to be probably upwards of $4.3 million by the time we get done. So, it's still a percentage number that makes sense, and it's a phenomenon that happens every year. So it's not that he's going to run out of money necessarily. It's definitely more in line with what he's already been doing. So you back it down to the $3.2 million plus the average of the 1.3 or 1.5 million in grants that we approve. We're getting a number that's big again. And so I'm after the property tax reduction, the 1.025. Let's take it off the top today, reduce that property tax burden, and the grants will come in. That's a good source of money to supplement overtime. I agree.
All right. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my second time. I'll be real quick. Here's what I requested this information from Wanda and Sharon. Your overtime budget was $2,174,000 in '04, $2,697,000 in '05, $2,700,000 in '06, $2,700,000 in '07, $4,100,000 in '08. And I have broken out here that leave accrual that you said was in your overtime. That's been 2.9, 2.5, 3.1, 2.9, 2.7, and projected at 2.9 the next year. So if you add the two together, it's a lot more than what we're talking about. And if you focus on overtime, it's almost doubled in 5 years. And that's what's troublesome to me.
Are those budget numbers?
Yeah, they came right from.
Are those budget or are those actual?
Those are
They're actual.
Actuals has shrunk.
We're down on actuals, Mr. Coffey.
Well, I'm sorry. This information, it went to everybody. They've got it. What do you mean you went down on actuals? On your overtime?
On our overtime. We're down on our overtime.
Both as a percentage of total spend in the department and in raw dollars.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. One at a time.
I'm sorry. I'm reading something that came from the administration in response to my question. What did we spend on overtime in the 5 major departments? And I was told that in 2007 we spent $2,707,000 in overtime. That's what I'm told. I don't know whether it's true or not. I accept it.
For APD?
Yes. Is that the answer, Ms. Weddleton, that I...
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask what the quarterly report was last week?
Wait. No. Mr. Coffey has the floor, and he's asked a question of Ms. Weddleton. And we're going to get too confused if we don't stay in order.
I'm looking in PeopleSoft, and PeopleSoft shows me that in calendar year 2007, APD expended $6.019 million in overtime.
The budget was 2.7.
Correct.
To spend was 6.019.
6.019. In 2007.
I'd have to go back and read my questions. And that is a combination then of leave and overtime, even though in this report that you gave me it's broken down into 2 sections.
This is overtime in 2007.
And so when we say that we're bringing that 5.1 is the likely spend at year-end 08,
You're
we're
down $1 million.
Yeah, we're down 15, 18%.
And my mistake, this was what I was given. I thought the questions that I asked said what did you spend, not what did you budget. You know, I don't have the questions with this sheet of paper. Okay, that clarifies that for me. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. In the chair, I'll use my role as last word. I took the time to look at the list that was provided of the 50 highest police overtime, and using fine statistical analysis, I found that 32 of the 50 had reduced overtime from the year before, and overall, department-wide, of these top 50, their overtime has been reduced by $248,000 amongst those 50, or a 13% reduction in the officers that are getting the most overtime. And what that tells me is that the overtime, in addition to the overtime going down overall department, it also tells me that the overtime, as a matter of being spread more equally around the force, has got to be improving because the people at the top are getting less. So those things are both things that tell me that while overtime is a concern, I also recognize from talking with the chief about this in public safety committee hearings in the past year about this, that there is no way we'll ever get rid of overtime in the police department. We have to have overtime for the police to do their job. I am committed to the efforts to get more police officers on the streets. I have seen the difference that more police officers on the streets and some of the programs we've implemented have made in the community. I won't be supporting this amendment. Mr. Starr, you've had 2 times.
Sorry, I'm in the queue, Mr.
I'll
Chairman.
give you 30 seconds, Mr. Starr, because I take the last word not because I wait on the last word so that it's not a debate.
It's a matter of clarity to the record. First off, the report reference that you put to the reduction in 08, 08's not over yet, sir, so 07 and 08 are going to be less. You still have almost 3 months to expense in 08.
Your point is well taken. I'm just looking at the information
Not
in front
with 30 seconds. The third quarter report shows the police department's already at $4.8 million, and we're going up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. Please vote. A yes vote will amend this by reducing the police budget by $1,025,000. A no vote does not support this amendment. Please vote.
Ms. Osiander?
And that amendment fails by a vote of 7-4. I would ask Ms. Phillips and Parks from Eagle River, are we ready to address the questions on Star Amendment number 7?
Yeah, I'm actually going to pull that amendment. If it needs to be because duplication, I'll adjust it at first quarter review. What I have is it can't be verified tonight, so let's, if that's okay, I'll withdraw that.
I actually think because the motion was before the body, we don't need to hear from you because who wants to. I think technically, as a matter of procedure, since it's been moved, you do at this point urge a no vote, and I'll ask for if there anyone that wants to vote yes on it, raise your hand or signal.
Urge a no vote.
So I hear no one wants to support it, so that amendment number 7 fails unanimously.
Move amendment number 2, which essentially eliminates a PCN number in...
Mr. Starr, click first motion, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Eliminates a PCN number 1029 in the Assembly budget. Reduces $86,606 of a direct cost. Balances out with an IGC.
Is there a second for this?
It already is. Justin.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Starr, if you want to speak to your amendment, and then Mr. Flynn's in the queue.
Not right now.
Okay, Mr. Flynn.
I'll give you your chance, Mr. Starr. Who is it supposed to be? I know it's empty, but I mean,
it's vacant. It's been vacant over a year and a half now.
And I guess then I'd pose the question to Mr. Coffey, who's sort of leading our efforts on utility consolidation. I mean, do you see any need for this position?
I've been able to get every bit of data I need about anything from the finance folks.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very, very brief. As this position is in the budget right now, and the funding source is through the utilities because it was a utility budget analyst position, but quite frankly, I am adamant, and let me just say this, it's utility money right now, but I'm adamant that we need to keep a budget analyst position within the Assembly Department because the clerk's staff, although they do a fabulous job, but they have code-specific jobs to do, and they simply don't have time to to provide the help that we need throughout the year. And I know from experience, so I would adamantly ask my colleagues to vote no on getting rid of this position and help me out to diligently recruit to fill it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I'm going to urge support. I believe we are getting the appropriate answers from the Budget Department. The Finance, OMB and the Finance Group gives us wonderful information supplemented by the independent auditor, and that's been the standard procedure since that person departed the Assembly some time back. So, I think the reports from the administration, quite frankly, are better. Whether it's utility money or not, it's still city money, and I think that the case has been made that we've been functioning just fine without it. I don't see any reason to burden the staffing, burden the requirements of the Assembly office with that position. We're getting just what we need from where it's coming from now.
Mr. Birch.
I support this. We need to reduce money where we can. This is ultimately going to fall back onto the taxpayers or the ratepayers, one way or the other. And I think if the position has been vacant as long as it has, I absolutely support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The idea that this is going to fall back on the taxpayers is absolutely false. This isn't tax dollars. And I would also dispute the notion that this body has been functioning well without this position. And that's not a reflection on those who have been providing information to us and the services to us. It's just that they have other jobs that are extraordinarily demanding, and, their attention has been divided. I would urge a no vote on this.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. I will, just for purposes of articulate, I'm not going to support this because I believe that I frequently reflect that I think the Assembly could use more support that's regularly there, that's beyond the amount that we have for personal assistance for each assembly member. I recognize that it may or may not be best as a budget analyst, but I think we should keep the money in the assembly funding for those reasons. Please vote. A yes vote will delete $86,000 from the assembly budget. A no vote will keep it in the budget. Please vote. That vote fails by a vote of 6-5. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
I'll move amendment number 3, and again, this is a reduction not across all departments. There is some departments not affected by this, public safety, health and human services, fire, and several others that are not proposed, but the motion reads reduction in professional services by the departments listed. Again, the direct relief against property taxes of $594,829. Total direct cost reduction $662,666.
All right. Second. Moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, do you want to speak at this point?
I can. You know, this is sort of discretionary spending level. I've pooled and from correspondence and conversations, recognize that every department uses this differently. Some use it to repair their copy machines. Some send engineers into the field. Some hire architects. Every department seems to have a little bit different purpose for what a professional service is. In a lot of cases, and I won't name departments, they already have some of the staff or most of the staff necessary to do this. The budgets are quite large in most of those other areas, and so by forcing a 10% cut, it makes you rethink, should you outsource that to an engineering firm that can go up and approve a well and septic site? Should you pay your copy machine repair bill out of this? Should you, hire additional technical support when one of your guys is on vacation? Is that the purpose of this? So, again, across the board, I have examples of spending in every department that potentially, in my opinion, could easily be in-house or brought into original staffing levels. We have some wonderful qualified people in this city. To ask them to suck up 10% in a professional services category, it's miscellaneous spending. I'd like to see a little bit more relief on the property taxpayers for already what we're paying personnel for. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Starr, I'd like to thank you for bringing this forward because it's a really good idea to try and save money. But I need to remind you that during the budget process and the time that I spent with the OMB Director, Wanda Phillips, we did just this. We looked at spending throughout the years to find where we can save money in certain areas. So quite frankly, I think that to do this, another 10% right now is just quite premature. And I'll give you an example of how premature it is. We can look at the Assembly's budget, and you're cutting it by professional services by almost $24,000 when we just awarded an audit contract. And quite frankly, we need to increase the Assembly's budget by $76,000 sometime along the way to cover that audit. So this is very immature, but thank you again for bringing it forward. But I will definitely be voting no. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't bristle at all at the idea of reducing professional services, and I think that's an area of the budget that can be cut. What bothers me is what looks like a very arbitrary figure, 10%. I know that, if we go department by department, division by division, that some will have their professional services budgets somewhat inflated. Others will have them down to the bare bones. And so to just say across the board 10%, I think is a little bit irresponsible. And I would support looking at certain areas, and if we can show that they're inflated, cutting those. But I just can't possibly support a very arbitrary across-the-board figure that doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason behind it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not familiar with the professional services accounts across all the budget, but I can speak to the one for the municipal manager's department. That function pays for the outside risk management support that we get. Those are the staff that the contractors that and the insurance premiums that we pay for our excess liability, excess workers' comp costs, some of the disability costs that we choose to use through carriers rather than self-insure. So the effect of this cut in that department would be to directly reduce the availability of insurance and other risk management services that we'd be providing for the entire city, utilities and general government. In that regard, I'd be recommending a no vote.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
I'll be voting no on this. As all of you know, I've been a strong proponent of, I'm not supposed to use the word managed competition, but as far as balancing whether it can be done in-house or if it can be hired out, and this is the one area of the budget I would not want to deal with. I'd rather have a policy as far as, from the administration on how to deal with it that would be more across the board. And we will have a new administration by next summer, and I wouldn't want to limit their abilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
And I said I wouldn't go department by department, and I'm not going to do that. It grows staff as well, and I appreciate Mike Abbott's comments, but you do research on and I'll be blunt. I mean, Charles Wolford was paid out of this professional services account to the tune of $30,000. He's being paid out of an ML&P budget now, but you go back and you say, give me, what did the guy do for that kind of money? There isn't it's discretionary spending is what that is. It's because you need additional staff, and this is a good way to do it without adding personnel. That doesn't jive when you have a staff as such as you do. Personnel services in the municipal manager's office is $480-some-thousand now. I do have the breakdown if somebody wants to see where they spend the money. Parks and Rec, we send ski instructors out there on professional service pays through Parks and Rec to coach one person. Now, there's no point in that. If you're going to write a paycheck to a coach to go out and coach one person, that's a private lesson. That decision, because you don't have the money, or in this case brings the point to professional services, I want that question to be asked. Is that a good use of city money? And when you have a one-on-one ratio in that, or you have folks that are being asked to provide services to the city that don't have the degrees or the knowledge base, you're looking at discretionary spending. Reducing property taxes is the goal for me tonight, and that's an area that I think we can do it through additional staff, additional salaries. So, I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Dr. Selkrig.
This is my second time I've gone through this process, and I want to thank my fellow Assembly people for bringing the information to the table. And in that context, I find this a really interesting and kind of revealing list. I'm not going to vote for a 10% cut of it because for the reasons that Mr. Gutierrez listed, which is it's arbitrary. But I'm finding myself thinking, I wonder what community and economic development is doing for $300,000. I mean, and I think that it's legitimate for us to have this information and ask those questions. And I don't even need that right now. It's just a good body of knowledge for us to have and for us to understand, because it's a lot of money, and having a sense of how it's spent is useful. And my hunch is that we probably approve everything in small bites here and there as it comes by. But I do appreciate this list. I'm not going to vote for it, but I will be following up on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really quick, and I mentioned earlier, too, to Mr. Starr that I really appreciate him bringing this forward. But it's premature, and I'll say that again. And to the public, one of my goals is to find ways to cut your taxes. But this is just simply not the way. There's a process that we need to go through. And as the chair of the Budget Finance Committee, one of my responsibilities, along with the Budget Committee and the rest of this body, is to find efficiencies within municipal government. And that's what I intend to do. But this process is just too premature. You just can't arbitrarily cut a budget 10% without doing a whole lot of research and make sure that you're doing the right thing. And I think I spoke of an example where it is not the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Birch.
I think this is a great start, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And speaking last as the chair, Ms. Phillips, you can correct me, but I think before we ever saw the administration's budget, OMB went through with great detail with each department. I believe you told me that the savings you found were $1.2 million in terms of reductions both in professional services and other areas.
That is correct. We reviewed each line item, Depth ID, and we cut about $500,000 directly in professional services if they had historically not proven that they needed that.
Okay. And based on, I think, the very diligent work that Ms. Phillips and her department has done, I'm not going to support this amendment. Please vote. A yes vote would make this 10% reduction in the identified departments, and no vote would not make the reduction.
Ms. Fred Jackson?
That fails by a vote of 7-4. I would note the time now, it's 10:43, and we stopped by statute 11. I would ask, just so that we can plan it, does anybody want to make a motion to go past 11? Hearing and seeing no such motion, what I propose we do, we will go until about 10:55 and see where we are in amendments and try not to push the edge on 11 o'clock, but we'll go forward and we will continue doing budget on the 25th. Go ahead, Mr. Starr, if you want to move star number 4. Go ahead and push first.
Number 4, and I actually want to
push first motion, please. Thank you.
Amendment number 4, but I want to modify how it reads. I essentially will remove that line number 2 to reallocate the money. I'm going to propose a direct reduction in the Health and Human Services budget of $25,000 to reduce property taxes by an equal amount, to reduce the amount of money spent on contraceptives by the city.
So it's just cut line 4 to $25,000 and no reallocation.
That's correct. Reduce property taxes.
Seconded by Mr. Birch. You want to speak to your motion, Mr. Starr?
I do. I think there's other ways that our community can be best funded by this. The state won't fund it. The federal government chooses not to fund it. The total budget's about $38,000. It still leaves money in there for the morning after pill and a couple other choices administered through that. But again, this one here just seems that it's over and above. The blush test is that, can I ask my neighbor to take property tax money down and buy something? Turbine generators, roads, asphalt, I can ask them all that stuff. But to ask my neighbor to go down and buy a couple cases of rubbers or other contraceptive items, I can't do that. This is the wrong use of taxpayer monies. We should fund it another way.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn.
Ms. Engel, I would appreciate a little feedback from you on the effect that this would have.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, I just wanted to correct one statement. The federal government does fund extensively the municipalities' reproductive health and family planning program every year. It's one of our largest grants that we take in the municipality, and we balance between municipal funding and federal funding where we can best maximize the uses for purchases of contraception. But we do use city money for that as well. But I just wanted to clarify that one point. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think these are important dollars in our community, and I urge a no vote.
All right. I see no one else in the queue. I'll put it on the board. All in favor of Starr Amendment number 4, which would reduce contraceptive contribution by $25,000, is a yes vote. A no vote does not make this cut. Please vote. That fails by a vote of 8-3. Mr. Starr, if you'd like to move a Starr number 5, please push first motion.
Actually, I'm going to hold number 5. I'm going to move number 6. Number 6 is a reduction in property taxes, and I also want to modify the amount because the S version, as we approved or have on the floor, the S version also reduces this specific item by some. I want to reduce it by more. So I'm modifying the numbers to reduce property taxes by $200,000 and direct costs from the budget of the police department by $200,000.
So the figure, just for clarification, the figure that's stated on star number 6 should actually be 200,000, not 300,000.
Yeah, there's 100,000 already the administration recognizes as a reduction, so the two summations will give me the same
And just
result.
for purposes of clarification, the administration's proposal would move the start of the academy back 1 month, and you would move it back 2 more months?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second? Moved in second. Oh, Mr. Birch seconded. Did you want to speak to your motion, Mr. Starr?
No, it's just a valid concept, and I think the staffing, again, we're seeing our academy start several months late. I think the academy for this year is now just starting when it's already elapsed. We're seeing, pushbacks on all of that to talk about mid-year hiring of 13 officers. I think that's going to be an appropriate reflection. A budget's a goal, a target, and I think it needs to be best reflected on actually what's going to occur. And I would suspect that that's what's going to happen is the 13 officers will come online and be fully burdened appropriately for this amount of money.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Starr, thank you again for bringing this forward. But in about a minute or less, Chief Hune, can you comment on the effect that this amendment would have?
Through the chair, Ms. Jackson, quickly, the impact of this amendment means that I'm still not going to have people, I'm not going to be able to hire people to do parking enforcement. As you know, the Anchorage parking enforcement folks are people who we hire who are waiting for an academy. So we're going to exhaust pretty much the availability of slots when we're looking to put 37 or 38 people into this upcoming December 1st academy. So I need to hire. There's going to be there might be some empty PCNs for the senior patrol officers, but I need those training PCNs so that I can do the parking enforcement under the charter, because they have to be sworn police officers.
One other quick question.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
In the S version, there is a $100,000 reduction to delay the 1 month. So what's your thoughts on that?
I'm still going to have to do parking enforcement, but I won't be lacking parking enforcement for as long under that scenario. So we can live with that.
Mr. Flynn. I'm not sure if it's a question for the chief, but go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Actually, just to Mr. Starr, I agree with you. If we see a fallback in the implementation of our next academy, I think it would be appropriate to take up an amendment of this sort in our first quarter budget revisions. But I think at this time, we probably want to hold off and at least give the department a chance to get their academy started on time. And that's my only comment.
Perhaps, again, to use the thing we did last year, you find them, we fund them. You could also increase the budget at first quarter budget review if he's on schedule. So I think that's the flip side of that is that, again, the historical is the funding levels were in place this year. The money was funded, and again, we're just now filling the academy. Is that correct, Chief? The December academy hasn't started yet?
That is correct, Mr. Starr. We worked real hard to fill that academy. It's nice to have those positions available to promise it to people who are coming from out of state up here, of which 17 of them are in that academy.
Yeah. How many months later are we on this academy over what you thought was going to happen?
I believe we were going to start. I have to think. Go back.
I thought it was August, but
yeah, I think we're about 3 months late.
Thank you.
Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only point I wanted to make is just to echo a point of what the Chief said. Part of what we use this funding for is not tied as directly to the start date of the academy. It's the ability to offer positions to academy recruits. So in other words, parking enforcement is what we generally have them do, but the goal is, since we don't start an academy every couple of weeks, we need to lock people in so that they're getting compensated as soon as possible. They're not out there looking for other work at either other PDs or other places here in town, and we can begin to put them on the payroll. We get a benefit from them in parking enforcement, and there's other duties that the police department will assign these recruits to as well. But the big benefit in terms of long-term recruiting is that we lock these people in immediately as soon as they're eligible for hire.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Chief, have you started the interview process for the new academy? You started the process.
Are you talking about, are they hired?
Not the one you're starting in December, the one you're anticipating.
Absolutely. In fact, we have people in the queue who couldn't make this academy who are starting to work on to get into the next academy.
They become sworn police officers when?
Under APSCs, we swear them in the first day that they're offered a conditional offer of hire. When they come in, we hire them in. We swear them in. Under Police Standards Council, they have 14 months to actually go through the training and to be a fully accredited police officer. And under the charter, they have to be APSC certified.
I know all that. Thank you. My question is this. How many have you got?
How many have we got in queue?
They're now sworn officers in that 14-month time span.
Who are working as parking enforcement officers now?
You've got an academy you're planning.
I mean, how many are going
We
to
haven't
start the
hired any
academy?
of those yet, Mr. Coffey. We got them in queue. They're ready to go, but we haven't offered them a conditional offer of hire because we don't have the positions authorized yet.
Are you talking about the academy that starts on December 1st?
Are you talking about the academy for next year?
The academy is starting December 1st. You got a class. They're full. I'm not talking about it.
Right.
I'm talking about Mr. Starr's amendment. It should be real clear that I'm talking about your next academy.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
That's what I thought I was talking about, too. Now, you don't have any of them sworn in yet, even though you got a queue.
We've got targeted individuals, none of whom are sworn in yet because we don't have the positions for them.
Does this affect your ability to have the positions for them?
We have to have the positions so that we could tell these people there's jobs waiting for them. We're in competition with other police departments around the country.
Does this amendment make it so you can't take those people in?
It delays our ability to take them in.
$200,000 to see how close you are. That delays your ability to hire these guys.
Yes, it does, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you very much.
All right. I see no one else in the queue, so we will take the vote on this. A yes vote will make this $200,000 cut. A no vote will not make the $200,000 cut. Please vote.
Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
And that fails by a vote of 8-3. Mr. Starr, do you want to take up star number 5, which would be the last thing we'll take up tonight?
Relates to CSA, is that the one?
That is CSA. That sounds like something you probably want to put off. Maybe not.
Well, yeah, I do want to put it off. If I don't have to move it tonight, I think the topic will address itself in other ways soon. So.
Well, I guess my question is as a budget matter. I know that we're going to put
Fine,
up.
I'll move it. Move reduction of $250,000 to reduce property taxes based on the contributions of or the lack of requirements for CSA. All right. So second.
Click first motion, please, Mr. Starr.
Sorry, I'd like to speak also.
All right. Mr. Coffey, click your second. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Well, the board for CSA has recommended, of course, that we terminate CSA and bring it in-house. That hasn't been fully fleshed out yet. However, I will tell you that the contribution, the requirement is to supplement CSA. Last year, they went around department to department and gathered up $863,000 to supplement the operations. I feel that there'll be some savings, and I think this is a prudent number to go ahead and establish a reduction in 2009 spending based on a forecast. Will we be able to save all $863,000 of what we contributed to keep that place running? Probably not. I'm not proposing $863,000. I'm proposing that it's valid, that the budgets across the board as determined by the Budget and Finance Department here can say that $250,000 is a reasonable number. We'll spread it across those departments. That's the proposal.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I looked at this and had concerns and similar concerns to Mr. Starr's, but it was what was explained to me is that this is a very complex situation where they actually they've loaned money, we've loaned them money, and that actually to begin to tinker with their existence right now puts the whole structure at risk and may cost us more money. Could somebody elaborate on that perhaps for me?
We actually
We don't have time?
We're not going to have time.
Okay, well, actually, maybe we could just pick this up next,
Well, actually, I think we can get through this and vote on it.
but I can't get my question in.
All right, go ahead and get your question in. If we run out of time, we just won't vote. That's fine. Go ahead and ask your question.
Well, I think that this is a fairly complex topic, and I mean, I don't think we can decide it in a minute and a half, so I would just prefer to vote on this next time.
All right, I would just note, Mr. Abbott, you're next. I would just note we have in front of us tonight, but it was going to get postponed until December,
moved to
whole thing on
postpone.
CSO. Hold on.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded to postpone. Any objection to postponing action on star number 5? Hearing and seeing none, that motion postponed until next meeting is approved. I think we're out of time.
Move to adjourn?
Okay, we're done.